Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the City of Santa Barbara Planning Commission meeting for June 10th, 2021. I'll ask my colleagues to come online, and as they do that, we'll also ask Ms. DeBusk to let members of the public know how they can electronically participate with the Planning Commission today.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. For the public, if you would like to make a comment today, please click the raise lower hand icon on the control panel of GoToWebinar. A red arrow pointed down means that your hand is raised, and everyone will have 2 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. DeBusk. Before we go to Ms. Fennessy to take a voice roll call, I've been asked by some members of the community about Spanish translation, and I wanted to bring everyone's attention to page 2 of our agenda, where it describes the services available. So let me just quickly point this out. And the heading is Spanish interpretation. If you need interpretation of your communications to Planning Commission from Spanish into English, please contact the PC secretary. And then there's a phone number and an email address here. If possible, notification of at least 48 hours will usually enable the city to make arrangements. So we welcome one and all, and if you need Spanish interpretation or translation, please don't hesitate to let us know. With that, Ms. Fennessy, could you please come online and do a voice roll call?
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I will now start the roll call. Chair Schwartz.
Here.
Vice Chair Escobedo.
Here.
Commissioner Bonderson.
Here.
Commissioner Higgins.
Present.
Commissioner Lodge.
Here.
Commissioner Reed.
Here.
And Commissioner Wiscombe.
Here.
Thank you. We have a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Fennessy. We'll now go to our preliminary matters. Ms. DeBusk, do we have any requests for continuances, withdrawals, postponements, or addition of ex-agenda items today?
Madam Chair, we do not.
Very good. Do we have any announcements or appeals?
No announcements and no appeals.
Okay, moving right along. We'll go to our next item, which is review, consideration, and action on the May 20th Planning Commission meeting minutes. And along with that, resolution number 002-21. So let's look at that. And if I could just draw everyone's attention to some of the changes we made on page 4 of 12 in the resolution. We have a reference to street trees. This was one change that we asked to be made. Maybe you could enlarge that a bit, Mr. Bolton. Thank you. And then that carries on to the next page, accessible parking. And there's that sentence that we asked to be added. Then if we go to page 6 of 12, in the top paragraph, starting with all street trees, it's in a very pale blue. I hope everybody can see that. All street trees. I'll let everybody read that to see if that is acceptable. And then further down, as you can see in item C, quarantine of street public improvements, we also have some changes as requested, both in red and blue down there. And that's it from my list. I see that did any commissioners have additional edits that perhaps were not incorporated that we have requested? And if not, would someone like to make a motion to approve as amended?
Madam Chair, are we doing are we on the minutes or the reso?
Well, I just referenced the reso, but if you would, if there are any changes, any corrections to the meeting minutes, please go ahead.
I would just like
separately or both, whichever you would like. Go ahead, Commissioner Higgins.
Yeah, just on my no vote, just a couple of words I'd like to add at the end. It says Commissioner Higgins stated that he opposed in principle to send a signal to those listening. Or reading the minutes that the applicant could have done a better job on the project. I would like it to say, after period, to say comma, particularly landscaping or landscape screening.
And Commissioner Higgins, is that an exact transcription of what was said on the tape? Because of course, that's what we're looking at, is exactly what was said on.
Yes, I was
Okay.
critical of their lack of landscape screening up a couple of the other property lines.
Okay, does staff have that? Ms. Fennessy or Mr. Busk? Commissioner Higgins' comments, that's page 4 of 4 that we have up on the screen.
Yes, we have that. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Any other requested changes to the meeting minutes? If not, and if everyone's agreeable, we could just have one motion that covers both the meeting minutes and resolution.
I'll move to
Madam
approve
Chair,
both.
okay, I'll second it as amended. Thank you.
Okay, Higgins and Wiscombe. Any discussion on the amended meeting minutes and resolution? Very good. Ms. Fennessy, if you would please come online to take a voice vote on that motion for us. Are you with us, Ms. Fennessy?
Madam Chair, it looks like she was having some connection issues, so let's give it another minute and see if she can join us for the roll call vote.
Okay, thank you. I know that you were having some technical difficulties as well earlier today, Ms. DeBus. So as always, we'll just be patient and hope that she can reconnect before we move forward.
See, Jillian, are you able to come on for the roll call vote?
Yes, sorry about that. My audio was lost. And so the motion was made by Higgins, and I didn't catch who seconded it.
Commissioner Wiscombe.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I will now start the roll call vote. Vice Chair Escobedo,
Yeah.
Commissioner Bonderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Higgins,
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Reed,
Yes.
Are you with us, Ms. Fennessy? I hope it's not my computer. We can't hear your audio.
It looks
And
like
we just about, yeah, you're frozen. Ms. Fennessy, if you could exit out and come back, that may help us just wrap up this item and then we can continue on. Okay, well, that may take Ms. Fennessy a couple of minutes. Let's go ahead and if it's okay with you, Mr. Busk, to continue on, and then we'll just come back to wrap this up. Oh, Mr. Busk?
Madam Chair, I can finish out the roll call vote. I just don't know where she left off. So if you don't mind, I'll just,
Commissioner Reed is next.
okay, Commissioner Reed.
Oh, I said yes.
Okay, sorry.
I think I might have been the last one that she hadn't captured, and my answer
No,
is yes.
I've
No.
not given a vote yet.
Okay, I'll just go down the line just to confirm and have it for the record. Chair Schwartz,
Here, yes.
Vice Chair Escobedo,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonderson. Yes. Commissioner Higgins,
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Reed,
Yes.
and Commissioner Wiscombe.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That was a 7-0 vote.
Thank you, Ms. DeBusk. Very good. Now we're going to stay online here, and Ms. DeBusk, if you would please rejoin us. We're going to see if there are any members of the public who would like to comment on items not on our agenda today.
Thank you. For anyone in the public who'd like to make a comment on items not on today's agenda, please click the raise lower hand icon that's in the control panel of the GoToMeeting webinar. I'm sorry, of GoToWebinar. I will notify you when it's your turn to speak, and everyone will have 2 minutes each. The red arrow pointed down indicates that your hand is raised. At this time, it looks like we have one public speaker. Anna Marie Gott, I have unmuted you, and you have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, commissioners. I just wanted to broach the subject of conditions and conditions of approval in your purview if you actually make a decision to revoke a permit. Conditions of approval are often required for all sorts of different types of development, everything from the development over at the Hotel California to the development at the Canary when it was built. And it would also include other developments like the one that you saw last time, which would be the Marburg property at South Quarantina. There are some permits that you are allowed to revoke. Those particular permits also include things like path over on Cacique. There are terms for revocation. There would also be terms for revocation with licenses for short-term vacation rentals. There are also terms for revocation with regards to, you know, the item that you have on your agenda today. But you have discretion if something comes before you regarding a revocation. There's an entire process that's involved. It involves complaints, abatements, additional letters confirming that an issue has been abated or not. Also, additional complaints, which would open the entire process again to any sort of review. And it's only once it gets up to you again through a very lengthy process that you would actually make a decision, and you could decide not to revoke a permit. So I think the best way when you are actually putting together an ordinance that is going to talk about revocation is that you should have strong language inside of the ordinance so that it gives you options, especially when you're looking at something like an alcohol license for on
Thank you,
sale
Ms. Gott.
or off sale. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. DeBusk, any other members of the public would like to speak to us on items not on our agenda today?
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. At this time, we don't have anyone else with their hand raised.
Okay, thank you.
And Ms. Fennessy, if you have connection again, if you have any written correspondence for items not on today's agenda, we can announce those.
Thank you. Sorry about that. We did not receive any general public comments. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to now go to our one main item. This is a continued item from May 13th. And it's the off-sale alcohol zoning ordinance amendments. I'm not going to read the full description. You can see that here on the screen. And so except for Vice Chair Escobedo, who I'm going to ask to continue to stay with me, again, in the interest of technical continuity, should I lose internet service, Vice Chair Escobedo will be online with me to pick things right up. So the rest of my colleagues, feel free to go ahead and turn off your webcams and follow along, and we're going to please come online to make the presentation. I know we have Assistant City Attorney John Doimus with us.
Afternoon, Chair.
And good afternoon, Mr. Doimus. And Commissioner Higgins, you can go ahead and close. Uh, be comfortable for a while before we come back. And then, will we also have Captain Stoney from our department available today?
Captain Stoney is with us today. Yes, he's available for questions as well.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Welcome again, Captain Stoney. With that, join us. Let's go ahead to your presentation. Thank you for being with us.
Not a problem. Thank you. Can we? So I want to start off. Last time we were here on May 13th, we proposed a off-sale alcohol ordinance to apply it to the entire city, and we heard comments from the public, from the commission. So we made some changes. So that's what we're specifically going to go over today. But again, we welcome any questions on the ordinance overall. And as everyone knows, after approval from the Planning Commission, the next step would be to the Ordinance Committee. So next slide, please. Just a quick review, as I mentioned, the Planning Commission on the 13th reviewed proposed off-sale alcohol ordinance that establishes essentially a standard of practice for businesses that sell off-sale alcohol. That involves whether the existing businesses that are currently in place or any future proposed businesses that will come into existence after this ordinance is passed. As I mentioned, the regulations for the new businesses are mostly creating standards of practice so that their violations, the commission can take action, whether, a suspension, a revocation of the right to operate at that location. They cannot take action on an alcohol beverage and control act license. That is separate from us. We do not have control over that issue, but they can stop de facto a place from operating there through land use control. New establishments would be required to obtain a conditional use permit, which the commission would be required to make findings for approval. They can also add certain conditions in addition to what's in the code, and then that would be established. And if there's any revocation with an existing one, a CUP would a new one, a CUP would be revoked. If it's an existing one that's their use is revoked, they'd be required to get a CUP. Next slide, please. One last review, what retailers are being regulated. There's two types of license we're dealing with, 20 and 21. And these are liquor stores, wine stores, convenience stores, mini markets, gas stations. It doesn't deal with restaurants or bars. A type of 20 license deals with the sale of beer, wine. 21 covers the same ground. The difference is also distilled spirits. Next slide, please. So as we heard some changes to the ordinance, and so we want to kind of go over some of the major changes, not really going to go into any like typos or any smaller ones. We want to kind of present what we heard from the public, the commission, and what the changes were made. Next slide, please. So the first thing is we heard that there needs to be a definition in terms of what is a substantial modification. This is under the definition section, and this is important for a very important reason. If there's a substantial modification of an already existing establishment, the commission can review that and establish conditions into it or requirements to that. They have the ability then to review. And there's several categories that we had under substantial modifications. What defines it? What's an act that would be considered such? And it's in sections 2880, 030, and 3185, 075. From what I heard from the commission, it was a little bit confusing because we had there of requiring a combination of at least two or more factors that we listed in the definition. And listening to that, one factor alone could be enough. So we removed that requirement of having a combination of the criteria listed below. And then from what we heard from the public and the commission is we added two more factors that can be considered a substantial modification. One are changes to the conditions provided under the CUP that the commission would do for new establishments. And second are changes from the license application submitted to the ABC. The last time we were here, we were talking about floor plans, et cetera. There are several licenses that an applicant must submit to the Alcohol Beverage Control. So it gives you purview to look at everything to determine, for example, if the floor space of selling alcohol increases from 20 to 50%, that could be deemed a substantial modification. And based on maybe concerns over the neighborhood or where it's located, et cetera, the commission would want to oppose such an increase or increase in hours, et cetera. Next slide, please. We also heard from the commission wanting a definition of what a unreasonable hardship is in terms of establishing development standards and performance standards on the commission. So we kind of created one there, and I'll probably just read it verbatim. Unreasonable hardship is defined as an action requiring significant difficulty or an expense when considered in light of the number of factors that can include, but is not limited to, the nature and cost of the standard imposed in relation to the size, resources, nature, and structure of the alcohol retail operations. Commissioner Higgins raised a point, at the last meeting, it's just basically economic based. Generally it is. We're looking at, is what we're putting in there, in terms of a standard, so makes it basically economically infeasible or is unfair to the retailer. Because not only looking at the community needs, the ordinance should be fair also to retailers who want to establish a business to operate in the city of Santa Barbara. Next slide, please. We also made a change to the required findings that the planning commission must make when issuing a CUP. This is from Chair Schwartz in terms of not significantly adversely affecting the crime rate in the area of the proposed site. And that would require participation and help from the police department in establishing, giving the information on what the crime rate is and factors that, having the police as part of these meetings there determine if it could alter the crime rate. One thing I'd like to say about this ordinance, it's one thing looking through the ordinance and the structure, it's complex, but you can put it together. But once the ordinance becomes in effect and you see staff, bringing forth reports and the police involvement, it would come much more together in that realm because, the commission can see the report from staff or the reports from the police department. And that's what really assists, in terms of making a decision on these issues. The ordinance is there as providing, the guidelines, the limitations, the standards that both applicants and the public can look at in terms of what's to be expected. And then when the ordinance is in effect, that's the information that's being provided to the commission to make a case-by-case decision each time. Next slide, please. Here's one area where staff would really like input from the Planning Commission. I think there was some confusion as to location requirements for new establishments. So we wanted to simplify it. So as written today, we have it simply as there must be a distance requirement of 500 feet away, and you see the locations of, for example, a residential zoned lot, a school, healthcare facilities, parks, etc. So long as the proposed establishment will not devote more than 10% of its space to alcohol use. We recognize the housing needs of the community and mixed use development, and things are changing. So what we would like to hear is, should we remove some of those categories? Should we remove residentially zoned lot, for example? Or should we increase the percentage of space dedicated to alcohol use? Should it be 20, 30%? It's a policy issue. We can draft the limitation a certain way, but we definitely want the Planning Commission's input as to this specific code section. Next slide.
Mr. Doimus,
Yes.
were we supposed to be on a different slide? I was listening to you and trying to track what you were saying
Sure.
with this slide, but it seemed like maybe we were to be looking at a different one. Have
Can
we
we
advanced?
can we go back one? It's location requirements for new establishments. Was that the one? This is the one I was referring to.
Yeah, I don't think we're on that. So, okay.
That's what I see in front of me right now. Location.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you had gone. It sounded to me like It's okay. Let's keep going. I thought
Okay,
you
sure.
had gone beyond this and we just didn't track with you. Thank you.
No, this like again, this slide deals with for new establishments, a 500 feet buffer at least next to these locations specified in the ordinance. And if as proposed today, if an establishment has more than 10% of its space dedicated to sell alcohol, it wouldn't be allowed. So where we would like input is, should we keep all these categories, or should we remove, for example, a residentially zoned lot, or should we increase, for example, the amount of alcohol? So it should be maybe 20%, 30%. So I don't think anyone wants a full-on liquor store next to these sensitive locations, but there's at least room to look at this and examine what would be fair and feasible for our community. Next slide, please. And finally, we heard a lot of comment about the police department and its involvement. For an ordinance like this, and conferring with staff, there's no way to really not have the police department involved. We for example, we need them for statistics, purposes, for support. So what we've decided to do is, at least at this point right now, that the main person in terms of who is supposed to be in charge of this ordinance and in charge of enforcement is the city administrator's office. But the city administrator can delegate to any department or any person in enforcement. So we leave that open. What I plan to do is, at least, the next step in the ordinance committee is to, make the planning commission's position known on that, of what the statements were made, what the public statements were made, and go from there. But at least we definitely know we have to have the city administrator, at the very least, being the head of this ordinance, the head of enforcement. And then, of course, like any ordinance, he or she has the ability to delegate enforcement of such an ordinance. Next slide, please. And those are the main changes from the ordinance. And so Captain Stoney and myself are available for any questions from the commission. Happy to discuss. Actually, before I do that, I do want to get to one point. I did have a conversation with some of the commissioners, and we look at this as a tool of enforcement in terms of and recognizing where we're limited to, right? So the ABC has purview and preempts us in a lot of areas, but this is strictly a land use. Like many of the other decisions you make, this is, I know we're talking about a product versus something different. We're talking about alcohol, but again, it's the same rules, regulations we normally apply on land use decisions. And would a new establishment going in this area cause nuisance activities or cause a problem? Or existing ones, are they creating nuisance activities that affect the surrounding community? And so, just like any other land use decisions, the Planning Commission does have the ability to look at this as a case-by-case decision, look at all the facts, and make such determinations. And this is where the state has given us the ability to have local control over this type of activity. And with that, I'll end and open. Captain Stoney and I are available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Doimus. And because we have new information at this continued hearing, we're going to ask Ms. DeBusk to first come on to see if we have any members of the public who would like to speak to us. So, Mr. Doimus, you can just hang tight, so to speak, and the commissioners, please come back on. And it's over to Ms. DeBusk to see if we have any public commenters.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the public, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please raise your hand using the raise hand icon on the control panel. You will have 2 minutes to speak, and I will call on you in order. The red arrow pointed down means that your hand is already raised. So it looks like we have about 10 speakers, so I will call on them one at a time and let the public know who will be next in line. Our first speaker is Adriana Tejada Sanchez. You have been unmuted, and if you unmute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes, and just the next speaker will be Anna Marie Gott, followed by Daniel Gonzalez. So Adriana Tejada Sanchez, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon, planning commissioners. My name is Adriana Tejada Sanchez, and in addition to being a community member, I specifically work with high school-aged youth in Santa Barbara. Today, I'm here to talk to you and share my support for the deemed approved ordinance. As a person who works with and cares about young people, I support this regulation because it would ban airline mini bottles and reduce the amount of alcohol ads in our communities. Santa Barbara is a place to drink, and our kids are growing up with that normalization. It's important to note how these mini bottles are easy to steal, even more so when stores stock them at the front counter where candy should be. This ban will be effective in decreasing underage drinking and stop the normalization. With that, the DAO will also decrease nuisance behavior, including vagrancy, public intoxication, and urination, just to name a few. 5% of police calls are to this class of business. My students have reported waking up to flashing lights and the sound of police speakers. We do not need this type of destruction in our communities, and it's proving to be an economic burden as these police calls have ultimately cost residents $4.2 million in the last 5 years. While I support the deemed approved ordinance, most significantly, I would like to request that there be a community model of enforcement instead of police. This program is regulatory, so there's no need for law enforcement. The city can support this program through another department. The only need for law enforcement involvement is for data which can easily be emailed. I'm adamant that the police department not be involved in the enforcement of this policy because over-policing puts the lives of our community members in danger. Most specifically, our low-income communities and people of color. We cannot solve a public health problem with another public health problem, which is the police. Please consider a community model of enforcement. I'm asking that the Planning Commission join us in supporting the deemed approved ordinance to promote a healthy, prosperous community. And again, I would like to reiterate that I support a community model of enforcement rather than the police department. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tejada Sanchez.
Our next speaker is Anna Marie Gott, to be followed by Daniel Gonzalez and Dawn Dunn. Anna Marie Gott, you have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, commissioners. I just want to begin talking about conditions of revocation with regards to permits. It's very important that we actually have strong conditions of revocation because that is an actual stick that the city can use to gain compliance faster and more easily with businesses or with properties. The issue that I see before you actually requires strong conditions of approval and strong conditions of revocation that allows you, again, discretion. You can make a decision if anything comes up to your purview so that you actually are making a decision. And I would really urge you to require that a licensed premise diagram be a issue in which non-compliance of the permitted licensed premise diagram requires a CUP moving forward. I would also ask that you include with the condition of revocation, with a revocation possibility, any non-compliance with zoning. I'm not talking about a tiny little sign, but I'm talking a substantial issue with zoning or a building permit. If someone decides that they're going to go and make modifications to a building without getting a building permit, I don't think that these people should actually have an alcohol license. But you can make that decision at a hearing. You don't have to make that decision immediately by having that as an immediate revocation because that's just not possible.
Thank you, Ms. Gott.
You have discretion, and I urge you to include these today in your modifications to the ordinance. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Daniel Gonzalez, to be followed by Dawn Dunn and E. Patrick Morris. Daniel Gonzalez, if you unmute yourself, you will have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, Planning Commissioner members. My name is Daniel Gonzalez. I am the Organizing Director for Future Leaders of America. I'm here to encourage you to support the deemed approved ordinance. The number of on-sale liquor licenses are 3 times more than the original recommended limit set by the city and are twice the amount as many of the off-sale licenses. Currently, there is not enough regulations around alcohol sales in the city of Santa Barbara. Due to the lack of regulation, underage drinking and excessive drinking is becoming a public health crisis. Our communities need more support to deter underage drinking and excessive drinking. The biggest issue that I see within our community is the close proximity of off-sale liquor stores to low-income neighborhoods and near our schools. These establishments have taken advantage of old regulations that have allowed them to transform their stores from markets with a variety of products to full-blown exclusive liquor stores. This has had a tremendously negative effect on our community and leads to food deserts. And many low-income families who rely on public transportation have to travel long distances to buy groceries and usually at a higher markup. Youth are also being more predominantly targeted with advertisement and content from these liquor stores at every corner. How can we promote a healthy, conscious lifestyle for our youth while at the same time exposing youth to alcohol advertisement? The truth of the matter is that more advertisements youth see, the more likely they are to drink. It is up to us to ensure that we have rules and regulations in place to address these concerns. The deemed approved ordinance will definitely help to address many of the health disparities associated with the sale of alcohol. It will also ensure that we have regulations in place to curb the sale of alcohol in our communities by modeling a community that values youth and their community over profit. Lastly, I also urge the Planning Commission to enact the DAO that seeks a community enforcement model that would eliminate the need for police enforcement and all the negative consequences that come with it. Inspecting a business for compliance doesn't require the need of an additional police officer. I urge you all to take a stand today and ensuring that this deemed approved ordinance is passed to improve the overall health of our communities and those of our youth. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez.
Our next speaker is Dawn Dunn, to be followed by E. Patrick Morris and Lahern Tepp. Dawn Dunn, if you unmute yourself, you have 2 minutes.
Hello, Honorable Chairperson and Planning Commissioners. Thank you for your time and consideration of this important deemed approved ordinance. I ran the tobacco prevention programs program at the Public Health Department for 30 years. I retired a few years ago. I have been involved in, I'd say 50 to 100 public policy hearings around the areas of secondhand smoke and retail access to tobacco for youth. I know a little bit of my way around this. As a matter of fact, I was involved with 100 businesses in 3 jurisdictions with tobacco retail licenses. And if they sold to our minors, it was my small unit and usually me and my assistant who would pull their license for 30 days. So they would have a consequence for selling to minors. So I'm very familiar with some of these things. I believe in local control. You would be sitting in a smoky room if the tobacco prevention program at the state didn't realize that local policies change the social norms, and we are free of tobacco almost everywhere. I worked with your city in 2015 to write one of the most comprehensive secondhand smoke laws, all done with community enforcement and quite effectively, I might add, and thank you. You guys were awesome. We restricted tobacco retailers by 500 feet from schools. I understand this is something you're considering. I think you'll do a fine job with that. That has worked well for us. Local control is always best. I also wanted to say, when we did that ordinance for secondhand smoke, it affected the airport, the harbor, every park, every beach, every business. We went to ordinance committee and the city council. None of this stuff makes any sense to me. It should just go straight to city council. And the last thing is the plus or minus of tobacco retailers in 30 years has been -3 or 4 up and down, except when vape shops came in. Act locally, act now, and thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dunn.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is E. Patrick Morris, to be followed by Lahern Tepp and Natalia Gavoni. Patrick Morris, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commission. I appeared before you at the last time this was on the agenda on behalf of approximately 10% of the existing store owners. I'm not really here to address the issue of the proposed CUP requirements for new establishments. That's something that's clearly within your purview. The ex post facto laws that are trying to be passed here are of grave concern to my clients, all of whom are small business people, family-owned businesses, even if they're in corporate or LLC names. We have no large-scale conglomerates coming in here to do any of this. I think the primary difficulties that we are having with this ordinance is that the City Council indicated that this should be explored 4 years ago in January of 2017. It's only been 4 years later that this has come up. And I suggest to you that it's a bit on the premature and immature side. I think we see that in some of the proposed changes that were carried over from the last meeting, some of which we weren't actually able to see until June 3rd, because this ordinance, as it evolves, is not made readily available to the general public. That was something I complained about before, and I just reiterate that. But I think what two of the speakers today, Ms. Tejada Sanchez and Ms. Dunn, raised some very important points about my encouragement of you to look at this as premature and immature. And that is that Ms. Tejada Sanchez has some misconceptions that this will prevent the sale of mini bottles, which it really will not do. And I think Ms. Dunn pointed out that she had hundreds of meetings with various actors and involved parties in the community. That's not been done in the instance here. What's been done is we've copied over something that has worked in some other jurisdictions, Oakland or El Cajon. Santa Barbara, I grew up on the east side in East Beach, one of the few single family residences, and this is a long-standing, unique problem in our community that needs greater exploration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morris.
Our next speaker is Lehern Tepp, followed by Natalia Gavoni, and then Virginia Railing, who at this time looks like our last speaker. Lehern Tepp, if you unmute yourself, you have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, planning commissioners. My name is Lay, and I wanted to voice my strong support of the deemed approved ordinance in Santa Barbara. As someone who works directly with youth in Santa Barbara, I'm stunned by the stories they recount in regards to alcoholic consumption in their city. It's not uncommon to hear about how their neighborhoods have become food deserts because grandfather liquor stores have slowly converted their stores from convenience stores to full-blown bevmos. The number of on-sale liquor licenses are 3 times more than the original limit, and there are twice as many for off-sale licenses. The oversaturation of liquor stores have led to a normalization of drinking in Santa Barbara. Studies show that crime is more prevalent in areas near liquor stores because of the nuisance behaviors these locations attract. In fact, 5% of all police calls are to this class of business. That's cost the city $860,000 annually, or $4.2 million in the last 5 years. The DAO will provide a way for regulations to be implemented and enforced to ensure that liquor stores are all held to the same standards and how they market, advertise alcohol, the shelf space of their stores dedicated to alcohol, public nuisance prevention, and ensuring stores are in compliance. This goes a long way towards eliminating food deserts, fostering an environment for diversity of businesses to crop up, and focusing on the public health of our community. One thing I strongly support is having the DOA enforced by a city agency. There is no need to introduce more officers to inspect liquor stores for regulatory standards. This can be done by a different city agency or position. Thank you.
Thank you, Lay.
Our next speaker is Natalia Gavoni, to be followed by Virginia Railing and then Mary Robles. Natalia Gavoni, you have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. I sent you all this morning 2 different emails full of various pieces of information regarding the alcohol ordinance. In the first email, I attached my declaration to the ABC regarding Pat's Liquor Store alcohol transfer of ownership. And despite all my years of calls to the police and documentation, Nick Sartucci, ABC supervisor for the Tri-Counties, granted the transfer on April 26 without one condition, because he said there were no ABC complaint forms in their file and therefore could not deny this transfer. With 33 alcohol establishments on the Milpas corridor and 141 off-sale licenses throughout the city of Santa Barbara, I really don't think nor believe that we, business owner and residents, are asking too much from the city to provide, by the means of an alcohol ordinance, a district free of loitering, trash, urine, feces, and drunkenness. In addition, I have also provided you contacts and information about the city of Ventura and El Cajon, who both implemented alcohol ordinances. Though the ordinance in El Cajon, like that of Oakland, was challenged in the courts, both were upheld. And as a result, both cities are now in better shape because of this type of ordinance. So I urge you today to reach out to these cities and use their strategy as a template for Santa Barbara, because we need an alcohol ordinance there in the East Side District. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gavoni.
Our next speaker is Virginia Railing, to be followed by Mary Robles. Virginia Railing, if you unmute yourself, you have 2 minutes.
Hello, this is Virginia Railing, and I strongly support this proposed ordinance. Many other cities have taken advantage of the opportunity for local control over alcohol sales outlets, and every single one of those cities is better off for it. It is long overdue that Santa Barbara take more of a public health approach to regulating alcohol sales. Alcohol, like tobacco, is a legal product which is pleasurable, but which also can have bad health effects. Alcohol is a product which brings economic benefits, but which also causes economic harms. This ordinance will help Santa Barbara to have a better balance between the benefits and harms of alcohol sales in our community. With your guidance and input, we are well on our way towards creating an ordinance that our city can be very proud of. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Railing.
And our final speaker, unless we get any additional raised hands, will be Mary Robles. Mary, you have 2 minutes.
Hello, thank you for all that you do for us. I would just like to echo Mr. Gonzalez's presentation that lets us know how much we are affecting our youth in our area. I am a senior citizen and it is affecting us also greatly. So I would like you to really pay attention to something that this is long, long overdue, a very long time to see anything come from this. So would you please use the wonderful research that Mrs. Giovanni has and look into what she has found. I think you will find that it is time to fix this problem in the East Side. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Robles.
Thank you, and that concludes the public comments. And Ms. Fennessy, have we received written correspondence on this item?
Yes, we received 13 public comment letters that were distributed to the board prior to this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fennessy. Thank you, Ms. DeBusk. I see that Commissioner Bonder has her hand up to begin the question. So for those who don't have questions right now, my colleagues can relax, close your web if you like, invite staff back on screen, both Mr. Doyne to answer Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Doimus. I want to begin simply by saying thank you. A huge thank you for your time answering questions that I had leading up to today so that my questions are more streamlined. Also a big thank you to Captain Stoney for the same courtesy. I have some questions that have come out of our conversation that really focus on language And if I could please ask whoever is driving the PowerPoint today to help me by starting on page 9 of 52. I have questions that are directly in reference to section 28.80.070, the required findings. And I recognize that the language is nearly identical in the 30 what was it, 175 or 185 section as well. So I'm going to do my best to hit two birds with one stone here. Mr. Doimus, I was curious about the language that we have here on page 9 under the required findings. I'm hoping to really streamline the tools that you've defined here for the Planning Commission to ultimately do our part in the future to be able to have to maintain accurate review when a project may come back to us in the future and how those findings will be used. So my first question has to do with the language under required findings A. You'll see right here on the screen under A, it says the proposed use shall not significantly and adversely affect the crime rate in the area of the proposed site. I just want to start with that first sentence. I recognize just below that you do define the term significantly. It's the third sentence in there. But to begin, I wanted to ask you if you could comment a little bit with regards to whether or not we can create legal definition language that would help us make these words less subjective. For me, when I look at this, a given situation could have a significant adverse impact on one person and none at all on another person. How can we better define that so that we can use it?
Chair Schwartz, Commissioner Bonderson, it's a really good question. I think what you've heard from public comment is a lot of it is the concern about the impact some of these retailers have in the surrounding neighborhoods. And that's at the core of what these required findings go. And in this role, when the commission is looking at a CUP, when they're deciding to issue one, or even when they're deciding, eventually to hear a revocation hearing or suspension or whatever it may be, you're acting as an administrative judicial body. And so that's where discretion comes in. Now, it's important to have clarity in the statutes, in the law. So not only can a commission follow it, but an applicant can follow it, and the public can follow it. Here's where, it's very difficult to define the word significantly, in terms of what could that mean, right? Could it mean a 1% or 2% uptick in crime or 5 more incidences? That's where, the commission is going to pour over the evidence and the data that's provided by staff, provided by the police department, looking to see any information the commission deems necessary to help them make such a decision from the police department and from city staff to make such a determination, to decide, whether it is significant or not. And then not with a finding, it's not just a yes or no proposition, right? It has to be supported by the information presented, and then the commission's job is to explain why their decision is supported. So I think, that is why I intended to write it that way, is for that discretion, to allow for that, and to force decisions to be very detailed and explanatory of how it goes about. I understand your sensitivity is how is the commission going to know what significant is, or how is a retailer or a member of the public going to know? It's kind of, it when you see it. If the stats show it's not going to be a real big uptake or anything like this, then that's something that you can easily vote on. But if the police can say 1 more of these or 3 more of these in this location, because let's say we have, for example, 2 or 3 in a couple square blocks, but in the next few years, more and more alcohol retail establishments come in. You know, all of a sudden from going to 3, now you have 9 in a concentrated area. So now maybe the 10th is like, you know, the crime rate has risen drastically in the last few years, and now adding one more is going to even further exacerbate this situation. That's where the commission could look at the facts and then come with the findings saying, based on what's presented, based on the fact that there's been 4 new ones in this location, and then adding even a further one is going to even further increase it. It's not desirable to have it, and we deny it. And so that's kind of, you know, that's just one example of where to go on this. But that's why that's there. That language is there for that too.
Do you feel from a legal standpoint, from you being the person drafting this, that we could possibly provide appropriate categories or suggested categories that can support the Planning Commission when we have to review, for example, license enforcement, or I don't know, a CUP compliance, for example, when we have to come back and review? Could we have guidelines or categories that support us with this language?
Commissioner Bonnerson, it's a fair question. I tried doing that in the ordinance where we say particular attention in terms of these certain specific crimes that, have a kind of a rational relation to, alcohol use. But, again, there may be interesting new categories depending on the location, situation. And so I think what it is it's what staff provides, looking over it. And if the information is not enough in a particular, hearing, the commission is free. What I don't want to do is tie the commission's hands. They're free to ask for more information, so this ordinance gives it gives the guidelines, gives direction of what to look at. But I want to leave at least enough leeway to operate and not be confined the commission in any way in terms of what they want to look at in terms of why they believe a establishment should or should not be here. And then again, it's so key to support that decision with the evidence before you.
Do you ever find, from your experience, I'm looking at you as our city attorney, from a legal background of experience, do you ever find that looseness in the language could be used against us as well, where a business license holder or a business owner might be able to use that to counteract the fact that we cannot take action because it's not categorized or defined for us to do so as a authorization, having authorization on this decision-making process?
Sure, Commissioner Marshall. Let's go back with the example of where you maybe had 1 or 2 retailers in an area. Then 10 years from now, we have like 8 or 9, and you're denying the 10th because crime has increased, right? In that situation, you believe that you're not going to issue a CUP because you're looking at the data, the information. You notice an increase of a certain percentage with each, and this is like, facts are never going to be easy, but let's just say it. Every time a new store is put in there, crime seems to jump on loitering, everything else, 5%. So now it's like the 10th one. It's like, you know what, we're not going to add it there. We're going to deny it, and we're going to explain with the evidence before us and what was presented, right? And then a retailer can go and go to City Council. City Council sees where your logic is and upholds it. Then they can go to Superior Court. Generally, Superior Court gives deference to such administrative bodies such as this. And if the Superior Court can follow the logic and the reasonableness of why the commission did this, most cases, they're not going to disturb your decision. But they need to show, it's kind of like a math problem. You need to show your work of how you got there. So a court will not look at the word significantly adverse and then go, well, you know what? We have a different version in mind of what significantly is, and so we're going to apply that. No, they're going to look at, okay, was there an increase? Okay, and it seems rational and reasonable, most importantly, that we see why they denied it in this imaginary hypothetical, and we're going to stick with it. So short to answer your question, no, I'm not worried about that, but I went through a long explanation on it.
Well, I appreciate the explanation, and I mean, you can also understand my line of questioning is
Absolutely.
I want to make sure that we have what we need to do our job to the best of our ability. I'm also going to dissect the next half of the sentence, so please bear with me.
Sure.
I'm looking at crime rate in the area of the proposed site, and and the next sentence, which is defining examples of what those crimes might involve. I'm curious to know if it would be in our best interest to define or categorize crimes here. There's a significant difference between property crimes and crimes against people, for example, and we've heard a lot of crimes in between. So when we talk about connecting those types of crimes to the word significantly or adversely, how can we truly be able to hold business owners and individuals accountable to follow this regulation?
Excellent question, Commissioner Bonnerson. Well, so for the findings, these examples are crimes that were listed to, and it just says the keyword particular attention to, are ones that are most closely associated with alcohol use. But in terms of how to hold retailers responsible, well, first for this section, these are for issuing a CUP on this particular section and what the required findings. And before it's even in operation, is this a good idea for this place to be selling alcohol in this location? And let's say, yes, it is. Then it's currently operating, just like existing ones are currently operating. But, if there is nuisance, if the business, whether it's existing or one that becomes existing after this ordinance becomes in effect, is operating irresponsibly a business, not addressing nuisance issues around the store, that's where staff comes in, that's where enforcement comes in, and then eventually the true decider of this, again, all staff is doing is collecting the evidence and bringing it forth eventually to the Planning Commission, who is the one tasked with making the ultimate decision, right? Who really is doing the enforcement on this. And that enforcement can be a suspension of use, or it could be a revocation of use. It's an expensive process. It's not someone that a retailer wants to necessarily go through, and it's a great risk to them if they're not operating responsibly. That's what you hear from the public, why this ordinance is needed, because it's locally something we can hold retailers responsible if they're not operating responsibly. If they are, it's a non-issue. And if they aren't, we're not going to go 0 to 60 in a second. It's going to be a time of noticing and working with them. It's the one that just refuses. And we also recognize issues that are also out of retailers' control too. So, and I'm sure a commission would understand that too. That's brought, issues brought before them. So the required findings are something that I think a point you're raising is very important. Is these are two of the most important things that the public and the commission are looking at. The impact around the surrounding neighborhood and the crime that could be associated with it. And so you're looking at it from two ways, right? One, worried about a future business location. Is this a good idea? And number two, those that are operating, are they causing problems in these two areas, right? Is crime going up? Are they not? Are they the upkeep? Are there nuisance activities going on with the association of their selling of alcohol? And if there are problems there, this ordinance gives you the tools to address and deal with them.
I appreciate that, because I'm going to connect my next question back to this, and you brought it up yourself right now with the public nuisance issue. On the very next page, I believe if whoever's driving today can go down to the following page where it says public nuisance. It is under 2880-300. I noticed, and I wanted to ask you if there was a purpose behind this, but the list of what we can call nuisance or crime, or what we're trying to resolve here today, the list is much longer, and it goes a little bit more into detail. And I'm curious to know if those lists can be compiled and if they can be left open-ended, so it's not, these are a such as list. The list is obviously goes beyond this, whether we've thought about it here today or not. Do we need to loosen up the language so that it can go beyond this? And do we want to compile the two? Because for me, I feel like the lists should refer to each other and support each other, and I don't want there to be loose ends here. What is your legal background opinion on that?
So for the first one on the findings, it focuses on certain crimes and crime stats that we're generally keeping and worried about to determine if something, a location should go there. And again, it's not limited to that. You could look at stuff on under 288300 as well, but 288300 also is more expansive. Again, not limited, but more of an expansive look of acts that require nuisance, because sometimes you're not going to get stats. I'm sorry, but I'm not putting the Santa Barbara Police Department down in any way. You're not really going to have many stats on excessive littering, right? But it's going to be important to the shop owner, to the resident next door, of garbage compiled. And so when we're looking at it and we're either enforcing because we receive a complaint, or we're doing basically, our rounds and looking at to see, checking in on businesses. If we see these problems, that's where it becomes in terms of, okay, we have an excessive littering problem. No one's going to maybe get a criminal citation for it, but we're talking to the business like, why aren't you clean? Why is all this garbage on your grounds of your property or all around? And if it's continuous and not cleaning up, that's going to present a problem, and that's just one example. So that's why that's here in this particular section, because once a place is operating, there are a lot of things that we're going to be looking at to make sure they're not they're operating responsibly. Loud noises is another example of that.
So just to be clear, I want to make sure I understood. They go together, but not exactly, right? Because one is considered a finding, and the other one's a list of nuisances that could not
to enforce on, to use to enforce on, correct.
Yeah. Now, is there a way for us to combine these two so that we do have stronger enforceable regulations to hold owners and retailers more accountable, since this is such a big concern to the public?
Well, the way I've designed it purposely, the findings are there to determine overall, crime rate. And we have the ability to look at that, anticipate that. 21st century policing is, pretty advanced in the statistics that can come to a commission like that. And that's why it's written as it is, because, again, we don't know for certain if 100% if the crime rate's going to increase if a new establishment gets there. There's no way to, none of us are Swami where we can predict the future. But, if we have facts and try to get as close as we can, that's enough. That's enough in terms of an appeal process, everything else, in terms of at least it's supportable. Here's what we relied upon. Again, the nuisance is there because we're putting people on notice of, okay, you're operating now. If these things are going on around your property premises, your retail established premises, you're not operating responsibly. And it doesn't matter if you're existing or new. And just because you're already existing doesn't mean you get a pass on any of these activities. You're still responsible for operating a responsible business. So that's why it's there to allow us to notice violations, give an example to the Commission of Public, what public nuisance is, and to the public, and to take advantage of it. So they're separated out for a reason, in terms of looking to the future versus current activities that we should be enforcing on.
Since you brought that up, this is obviously all applicable to new licenses. How often are we, as a city, reviewing existing establishments and checking on whether or not they are abiding by the current regulations that we expect? Do we have in place where we are regularly checking, especially when they are being reported to us?
I don't know if Captain Stoney has an answer for that. A lot of times the ABC is tasked with that. I know initially during COVID, when we expanded on, for example, State Street, other locations, we looked to see if they got ABC approval to the expansion. But I don't think that's one thing that what this ordinance is designed to do, is now to allow us to look at, to see if they're operating their business responsibly in terms of preventing nuisances from occurring. And so this ordinance, has a reporting, the section underneath 288400, where they can look at the commission itself right here can require an annual review of any new and existing beverage establishments to see what the reporting has been or how businesses have been operating in the past year, for example.
Excellent. Thank you for sharing that. I'll bring that back up in deliberations. And just to sort of, I don't want to take too much time because I want to be able to share the floor with my colleagues. But to wrap up sort of where we are right now on this topic of public nuisance, I was curious to know in the language there, again, in the same section, I don't know if our driver has moved, but back on 300, public nuisance, you've crossed out the portion where it says that the proposed alcohol beverage sales activity will not aggravate existing problems in the neighborhood created by the sale of alcohol, such as, and then you have a list. Could you share with me why you crossed that out? Has it been placed elsewhere?
For 300, the only thing I've crossed out is chief of police. I don't know which.
I can see that on the screen. Let me, I might be looking at something else here. Let me double check. How interesting. I wonder if I pulled that from, oh, you know what? It might be from a different section. Maybe it's, hold on.
No problem.
Well, not, oh, yes, you're absolutely right. My apologies. It's back in the required findings. I apologize to the driver who just drove us to the wrong place, but I'm in the section 070 required findings. And what I just read, I'll read it again. It's the last part of the paragraph. It says that the proposed alcohol beverage sale activities will not aggravate existing problems in the neighborhood. And then the list. Is there a reason that you've removed it? Has it been included elsewhere or?
No, I think Commissioner Bonnerson, I think what I crossed out says almost the same thing with the new portion, but I think Chair Schwartz had a good point in terms of being more specific and relying upon the crime rate and data to really support the required findings. So if anything, it was strengthened to deal with that. So essentially, the new language covers the same ground, but even more specific, and using true crime rate data to support such a finding.
Okay, and can this information, just this list, I don't believe it is included in public nuisance. Can it be added to public nuisance just so that it continues to live in this ordinance?
Sure, we can.
I mean, it's not an issue, but it's important that it's not lost, I think.
We can take some of the categories in there of under required findings A and put it under 2880 300 as well. We can add that. That's no problem.
The list alive. Thank you. And what I meant was I was gonna wrap up this topic of the findings, if you don't mind. Just I will then I'll stop and pass the torch, even though I have more questions. Perhaps I can come back again later. I wanted to ask about, again, definitions are really important to me, and I think it's really important for the public to understand exactly what things mean so that they can hold one another accountable and that we as a planning commission know how to use the language when we need to make decisions. In section B, I'm curious about a few words which obviously make up a sentence. The word compatible, I looked up compatible in the definitions of the municipal code for definition section. And it didn't seem to be quite a fit with the sentence. I wanted to make sure that when we look at the sentence as a whole, compatible with and will not adversely affect the livability and such. Your definition of compatibility in this sentence, can you perhaps provide us with an understanding of what you're expecting this to sound like?
Yes, Commissioner Bonnerson, it's interesting because you start reading it again, and when you always read something over and over, is compatible even necessary in a sentence? It could or it could not. But to answer your question of what compatible is you have a quiet residential neighborhood, and all of a sudden, in the middle of the houses or in the middle of all these apartment complex, you all of a sudden have a full-on liquor store and selling hard liquor that's open till 1 or 2 in the morning, right? Is that really compatible with the surrounding area of having something like this versus a grocery mart that has a fruit stand, foods that's open from maybe 8 to 9, and everything else, right? And that has maybe a portion of their business of 5-10% devoted to alcohol. That would seem something more compatible with the surrounding area versus the previous example.
Now, you and I agree on that, but I'm curious to know if we need a definition of that so that someone who is following the law or is not following the law can be held accountable if they're trying to fight for, the ability to be permitted in this area. How do we justify that so it's not subjective?
I know definitions is always a strong point with the commission, and definitions are important because it guides, it makes us understand, and not only to understand but to have a shared understanding. So words like this, where I rely upon, if it ever became an issue, this is a type of word that would be like black law or your regular dictionary, right? There's not like a specific legal exact word that I'm looking, to define compatible, how it was used in this previous case 20 years ago. So, compatible meaning kind of how you and I both agree how that fits is the expected definition of how it should fit, in my understanding.
Okay, and then I'll ask you another one. The word surrounding, how far does surrounding go? Is that the 300 or 500 and whatnot that you have defined in the zoning area of the report?
Commissioner Basha, it's not tied to any. It's not tied to that. There is none. If the commission wants to add something to that, they feel it's appropriate, I'd be happy to. So there's no limitations. There's the general consensus of what a surrounding area would be. But I understand that's something that maybe we want to get more specific on for sure. I'm happy to take input on that.
Between you and I, Mr. Doimus, I want to say I looked up like 7 words in this sentence. I found abutting in the definitions. It's really clear. There's even an image. There's no question if someone's reading this what abutting properties is. So to me, that is strong. That's what I want to see. But then surrounding or livability or appropriate. What on earth is what's appropriate to me is different than what's appropriate to you. So I think this sentence may require a little bit more definition and development, but I'll leave it at that. And I'm going to ask Chair Schwartz, I do have more questions, but would you like me to take a break here and pass it on, or shall I keep going? How would you like to time me?
It's up to you. Go ahead. If you still have more questions, that's just fine. And then we'll go to Commissioner Wiscombe after that.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you for your patience, Commissioner Wiscombe. I will continue with the very next line item, which is the conditions of approval. My question here is such as, and then we have the list, of course. Mr. Doimus, does a term like such as legally allow the Planning Commission to go beyond this list, or do we need to include more specific examples or a range of conditions of approval that we may want to have the ability to have available to us in the future to impose?
Commissioner Bonson, it allows us to go beyond it. It's the use of the word such as. So we set some examples to give guidance, but if there are other issues that are of a concern, you can go beyond that as well.
Great to know. And just scrolling to the very next one, changes to the approved plans and substantial modifications. Now, I really appreciate this additional language and definition that you've spent so much of your time working on regarding substantial modifications. I think it takes quite a bit of time for us to really get the hang of it, but the fact that it's there, it's really important. My question regarding this goes to what you and I have spoken about previously. And for the public who's listening, most of our conversation was with regard to transferring licenses when when an establishment may be moving and passing on their business style usage to a future owner. There's an ability to transfer the license. They still need to get a license. I'm saying this, maybe you need to say it, but maybe I can make that into a question. How about that? Can you please be kind enough to describe to all of us the definition of what a transfer license is as you taught me, so that the question will make sense to everyone when I ask it. What's the difference between a new license, an existing license, and a transfer license? Do you mind?
No, I don't mind. And if I'm wrong, because this is not my 100% area of expertise, so Captain Stoney, please feel free to jump in and correct me. But from my understanding is, a current, when you do an ABC license application, there's a lot of information that needs to be put in there in different forms. And so, for example, let's just go up for 1 second on, I'll tell if we go to definitions under 2880.030 and we go to what modifications are, you'll see here are some of the changes I talked in my PowerPoint. So originally I had below substantial modifications to the mode or character of operations, include but not limited to any combination. I took that out because one of these could be there. And so that was eliminated. And then we added 2 more, 5 and 6. And changes from the license application submitted to the ABC is number 6. There's various forms that need to be filled out from someone who obtains a license from that. That includes the floor plans, everything else. So if one of the forms, I can't remember off the top of my head the number of that form, but if there's a drastic change to the floor plan, that would fall under a substantial modification. Just like, for example, number 4, a change in ownership, including new owners added to the establishment. And with the change in ownership, a transfer of that license, that can also invoke a substantial modification, which now would go back and bring forth the section you just raised, which was 2880.090. And with that, the commission could look at these substantial modifications, whether it's a huge increase in hour, the increase in terms of floor space devoted to sell alcohol, and put conditions on there to determine what goes on. So a transfer of license simply would be from one permit holder to another. And Captain Stoney, if I'm wrong, I will not take offense. Please let me know if I've got that technical aspect of the ABC point correct.
You are correct.
Thank you, Captain Stoney. Well, so the question I was going towards before I, started using these terms was, is it fair to either A, define what a transferable license is, or are we now terming it a little bit differently? I noticed in the staff report that you were using a slightly different term. I think it was non-transferred licenses versus transferred licenses. Do you feel that it would be appropriate for us to really bluntly define the difference between existing, transferable, non-transferable, and new, so that the public will understand what that is and understand to what extent we have gone forward in providing regulation to those transferable licenses? I believe you're muted, Mr. Doimas, excuse me.
Sorry about that, Commissioner Bonderson. What I could do is, under substantial modifications add a change in ownership, including new owners added to the establishment, or transfer of an ABC license. So I could add that to invoke all that. I think that addition will address your concern.
Thank you, and I believe it will address the concern of many listeners here today. I think that's been a really big concern of how those kinds of ownership changes are going to affect the future of those newer owners, because they do go through this process, don't they? And they have the Planning Commission has the opportunity to put new conditions on those. So I think that would address a big concern in the public. And my second question with this has to be, should there be any more reference or clarification provided in this section, the 090, that describes that category of transfer licenses, or do you feel that legally speaking, it's not necessary because it's elsewhere? Is it fair to leave it out or to reference it?
Commissioner Bonderson, I think as is fine because it says substantial modifications, and it says in the beginning, or substantial modifications to the mode or character of the operation, and we define it, and our definition includes transfer of license or owner. So I think as written is fine, because for this we know exactly what substantial modification refers to regarding this chapter.
I appreciate that. I'm completely comfortable with that. And to close up the topic of definitions and to be transparent with the public, you and I spoke about the issue of public convenience and necessity prior to this meeting.
Mhm.
And you mentioned that for the local community that we want to potentially go into more clarification and provide a definition in our ordinance. Is that something that you've given any more thought to?
Yes, so you're referring to section 2880040. And where this comes into place is, for example, this is for a new establishment. And before a business can even apply for a CUP, they're required to get a local letter of public convenience or necessity from the chief of police. It seems like some of our members of our public who have either challenged ABC or everything is well versed, but I think it's appropriate, as you raise a good point, to define what exactly that is. So I will include that. That's another change I will include.
Thank you. And I have one question left. It has to do with something completely unrelated to what we've been looking at so deeply here. I noticed I don't know if it should be called a discrepancy or if it was done intentionally, but I do want to ask. I noticed on your memo and then throughout the staff report on multiple pages, that on page 1, which is the memo, and this was just the opening cover sheet for the staff report by you, I believe. It says that there's 5 bullet points, and I myself have to find this page. Excuse me. There. Okay. The very last bullet point, you say, providing that only the city administrator has initial authority to take action and to abate nuisances. However, then on page 10, when you go into reporting, you list both city administrator or the chief of police. And then on page 9, I'm going backwards, but on page 9, it remains city administrator. I'm wondering if there's an actual reason that it's one or both and back and forth, or if it needs to be more consistent. And the second part of that question will come after you answer.
Sure. So, Commissioner, so I'm clear. I know I purposely, so I understand. I purposely removed chief of police under, I believe it was nuisances. Let me make sure if I'm correct. Yes, under 288300. So that's who's responsible for initially taking action, but it could be delegated. It could be delegated to the police department. It could be delegated to the city attorney's office to take action. And then there's another section where I refer to the chief of police reporting. There's no reason why the chief of police should not be there for reporting. So it says there, so it's 2880-400. If the city administrator or the chief of police determine there has been a violation of this chapter or conditions, because people are going to call the police department, and people are going to call the police department on all these nuisance activities or these type of crimes. And so it would be disastrous not to have the chief of police there and the police agency involved in that, correct?
And so perhaps this question, this final piece of the pie goes to Captain Stoney or maybe yourself. But my question is there currently something set up in place now where the two entities are already working together, or is that part of next steps that it needs to be established?
Commissioner Bonnerson, for that, what happens is, once this ordinance passed, we do want to hear council input on it too. But we have to try to decide the best way to still enforce this ordinance, right? Efficiency, practicality, recognizing cost is so important. Now, the initial police model didn't have police officers going there. We presented the cost of what a sworn personnel versus, for example, non-sworn, your regular enforcement officers. I'll give you an example. Those who do parking, enforcement, they're not sworn officers. They're housed in the police department, but they don't have the power to arrest or anything do like that. That's what this position can be entitled to. Not having the power to arrest or anything else, but definitely like parking, have the training necessary to know what to look for under the ordinance, to issue reports, to issue notices of violation, etc. And they only be really dealing with the retailer on these issues. So that you're not coming in with a badge or a gun. You're coming in there with training and equipped how to respond appropriately to violations under this ordinance. And so, you know, and so parking is an example of where it's housed. You know, maybe we hear from council, the city administrator decides to delegate it into a different department. But we at least wanted to say that, okay, it's a city issue, just completely them from just a police department issue. So that was why it was crossed off. But again, you know, this isn't a land use issue about who enforces this, right? This is a city mechanism of how they're going to enforce this ordinance or what they're going to choose. Another, you know, and it's like I said, we've had enforcement that doesn't involve police. We have building inspectors, vacational enforcement, or planning technicians, right? So that's the level this enforcement's going to have. No one's going to get arrested. There's not going to be any of that. It's paperwork. It's observing during inspections, notices, and etc. And the police department does have a key role. We can't do this without their data, their input, and everything else on that. But that, to go back to your original question, you know, how that's going to look, I did a previous slide at least of what the training will look like, right? The training is going to look like in terms of not just being educated in the code, but how to effectively good customer service with the community, as well as good customer service with retailers and working with them to try to get their to try to abate any violations necessary.
And to that end, we've heard from many public commenters, both written and spoken at our hearings, that there is a request for trying to find another solution so that it's not always done. The enforcement and abatement is not always done by police officers in uniform, possibly another format. Is that something that is then considered at the city staff level, or is that something that we as planning commissioners today can make recommendations that then follow the project through?
Planning Commission, Commissioner Patterson, Planning Commission is always welcome to give their input, and their input will be reported to, example, the ordinance committee. But this is generally something in the purview of staff, at least at the stage for sure.
Very good. Thank you. That concludes my questions. I cannot thank you enough. And thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. I really appreciate having that opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonderson. Now we're going to go to Commissioner Wiscombe next with her questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank you, Mr. Doimus and Captain Stoney, for making the changes from our last meeting. I think it's vastly improved. I'm going to just go through my questions quickly. I'm just dealing with Title 28 because it's easier than jumping back and forth. And
it is. I prefer that. Thank you.
Okay, good. And some of them are follow-ups to what Commissioner Bonderson asked. She asked some really great questions. So what I'm understanding is, first I'm on page 6 of 52, which is definitions. I'm just going to try to go in order here, but when I get to Commissioner Bonderson following up on that, I'll probably skip back. We define a lot of things like conditions of approval, public nuisance, discontinued use. We define those elsewhere in this document. Is it possible to just reference the sections where these definitions are available, like conditions of approval are 2880.080, and public nuisance is 2880.300, and discontinued use is 2880.100B? Just for ease of reading the ordinance, and I think Commissioner Bonderson's point, which was also one of my questions, I think we're going to define the public convenience or necessity letter. Is that correct?
Correct.
You're going to add that? Okay, so that's going to be added here. And what's your thought on just referencing the other sections, just for ease of, you know, if someone gets a public nuisance complaint, well, what is public nuisance? You kind of have to go through the whole document other than, you know, rather than find it under definitions and it refers you to the section.
Sure, and I apologize to you. It wouldn't be a presentation without me having any technical difficulties. At least people can see me now during my presentations. Somehow my internet cut off for a second. So you were asking for definition of I'm assuming nuisance, and can we place it under the definition section? Am I
No,
correct
I'm
in
not
assuming it?
asking for
Okay.
no,
Okay.
I'm not asking for a definition of nuisance. Can you hear me, Mr. Doymus?
No, I can.
Okay.
Yeah, I lost you for
Okay.
about 10 seconds. My
Okay.
internet thing.
What I'm asking you for is that you define in this draft ordinance elsewhere, not under definitions, but elsewhere, conditions of approval, which are 2880-080, public nuisance, which is 2880-300, and
Got it.
discontinued use, which is 2880-100B. And I'm asking you if you could add these to the definition section, just referring to the sections, refer to section blah, 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 and refer to section blah, blah, blah. Just so everyone understands where they can go rather than having to go through the whole document to find out exactly what these mean or involve.
Let me consider that. I want to, Commissioner Wiscombe, I want to analyze if that's a good idea. And the only reason why is, so 300 is basically an enforcement section to allow, it gives us the power to act upon it. I don't see at first, thought, I don't see an issue where we could have public nuisance refer to section 2300. So and I understand it's probably easier for reading too. So if I don't see a legal issue with that, I will absolutely do that then. Absolutely.
Okay, that's great. And then you're going to add the PCN to this.
Correct.
And Commissioner Bonderson, since we're on this subject, talked about surrounding neighborhood. And she felt that required a definition. I just like your thoughts on that. I kind of like leaving that latitude with the Planning Commission or the body, the regulatory body for this, because it really will depend upon where this establishment is. So I just like your thoughts on that.
Sure, Commissioner Briscom. That kind of was my initial thought about how the establishment is situated, versus having a clear distance line. And I understand, for clarity purposes, why, right? So is it, but I left that for the discussion of the commission to look at it again by case basis. I think with every decision, everything else, the key word is always reasonableness. That's how this commission operates. That's how the law operates. So if something's 3 miles away, can we count that as surrounding? No. Would that withhold scrutiny? No. So that's why I left it as is.
Great. Okay, because that was kind of my take on it too. That it gave us a little bit more latitude in making decisions. Okay, and then I'm going to move on to Commissioner Bonderson started her questions with this. I'm on section 2880-070, required findings on page 9 of 52. I find the sentence, the proposed use shall not significantly adversely affect the crime rate in the area of the proposed site. And again, this is more a latitude thing for me because, and you described this perfectly because this was exactly my thought. You get, okay, you have 3 stores, 3 establishments in the same area, and the crime rate goes up 5% every time another one comes in, I think is what you said. And then,
simple math.
Yeah, simple math. Yeah. So, I actually wanted to change this and put something like the proposed use shall not have a significant potentially adverse effect on crime rate, because you can't prove it every time, but you can prove it if there's 3 of them, and then okay, we can potentially assume that the crime rate's going to go up again if we put a 4th establishment in the same block. So I'm wondering how you feel about that.
I understand that point because it kind of Commissioner Wiscombe, kind of goes in with my analogy. Let me think of the legal implications on that, and if it's appropriate, I would make that change. I'll definitely include it also in my report to the ordinance committee. on a lot of these. Even the few that I can't accept, I'll just explain why, so the commission can follow and the ordinance committee can see it too. But I will, yes, because it goes with my analogy, right? Of that's what we're looking really at, potential, because
Well, and
it hasn't been there yet.
Too.
Correct. So yes,
That was going to be my analogy too.
So
asking you to add the word potentially, because
I will
we
think
don't
of it.
know.
Correct.
We don't know if the crime rate is going to, if the proposed use is going to have a significant adverse effect on the crime rate, but we can know that it potentially could, and we can probably cite examples of that too.
Correct. So my answer to you, Commissioner Wiscombe, is potentially yes, but not a firm yes. How about that?
Are you repeating my word again? Okay. And then I wanted to go to page 11 of 52. Mandatory training and presentation of documents. Okay. So this section is one of the sections that applies to both existing and new establishments, right?
Correct.
And okay, is there could we add to this a title, presentation of documents and signage, whereby, and the only reason I put it here, I actually had it somewhere else, but it was only new establishments, so I thought it better belonged here, where we would require these existing establishments to have a display sign that faces the exterior of their building in plain view with certain dimensions, certain font. I mean, maybe it's something that the city invents that would provide information on how to report complaints or nuisance behavior.
It's a very good question. I don't know. I will look into that. Commissioner Wiscombe, I don't know the answer if we can or not. If that kind of requirement would impede, I don't believe, having a signage such as a thing, it may not. As we know, we have to be very sensitive. That's why we can't, for example, take existing establishments and place conditions on the type of alcohol they can sell, like airplane bottles, etc., because we're legally not allowed to do so by code. So looking into that code, let me look into that. If we're legally allowed to do that, I will could include like that. I could include in this. It would be the appropriate section to have that.
Yeah, and I really feel that based on the public comment that we've heard, there's a lot of frustration out there that it would be good to do this at this point. And the point I want to bring up just in relation to this is we now have 2 community liaison officers, Officer Heather Clark and Officer Adrian Gutierrez. And they're working on non-enforcement interaction on neighborhood issues, and I was reading a little bit about them. And they're partners to community-based organizations, but I suspect they might be able to handle the lesser nuisance complaints effectively, and then shoot them up the line if they're it was just an idea I had that, and I'm not saying that their phone number is on there, but I just think that the public deserves a place. It deserves the information required to enforce this regulation, this code, etc. And it should be on each establishment. That's my feeling. Okay. And then let's see, I'm on to 2880-300. Okay, public nuisance, which is at the bottom. Yeah, and I was just wondering, could we, instead of saying, we've crossed out chief of police, could we just say city administrator or authorized representative? I think that's fair here.
Yeah, or whoever he or she delegates to. I can put language in
Yeah.
there. Sure.
Yeah, because it could be the chief of police, or it could be the community development director. It's, I just think that would make it a little bit clearer.
Correct.
And then you answered my question, or from Commissioner Bonderson's questions on 2880, 400, where you left in the chief of police.
Okay.
So, yeah, okay. Let's go, okay. Now, I'm moving on to 2880, 400, under reporting. This is on page 12 of 52 at the top. It's at the very top of 12 of 52. Yeah, okay. And then I'm here. Let's see, where am I here? Okay, a report of these violations shall be presented to the Planning Commission. I'm curious if we can add some language to this that basically says a report of those a written report of those violations shall be presented to the Planning Commission, which we'd get a written report anyway, but just this, and then add a sentence that says said violation or violations shall be documented by date, dates, times, and specificity of said violations.
Sure, I can put a specified written report, and any good report would have, it better have all that information on it. So yeah, I'll make sure.
Yeah,
I'll make sure a written report gets in there.
Yeah, I think we need written documentation. that,
Absolutely.
We're dealing with. Yeah, and
That was the assumption for that.
Yeah, I know it's the assumption, but I just think it
But you wanna make
assures
sure.
the public that, yeah.
I will make sure it's in
Okay. Okay. And then in 2887, 360, this is on page 13 of 52, and I'm under C2. Okay, under C2, the use, building, or structure has been substantially expanded. Could we add or altered? Beyond what is set forth in the permit? Okay. Because I think that's an important consideration. And then under the same section in 3, just put there has been a documented violation or failure to observe the terms. Again, I think that protects both the establishment owner or the licensee and the person who's making the complaint.
That's absolutely appropriate.
Okay. Okay, fine. I know they're niggly points, but okay. Let me just go on to, and then I wanted to go back to some things that Commissioner Bonderson brought up. 2880, 300, which is 11 to 52. Okay. I think what she was, this is, okay, that's on page, oh, did I get this wrong? Okay. There, okay, yeah, 2880, 300. I think what she was getting at here is just adding a simple, after a public nuisance shall be deemed to exist if the following activities are repeated within the premises or in close proximity of the premises, such as disturbance of the peace. In other words, you don't limit it to these if it's something else that we haven't thought of, but you say such as. Okay.
Correct.
So we can add that
Absolutely.
terminology there? Okay.
Such as will be added. We use it somewhere else for the very same reasons. I will add that.
Right. Yeah. Okay. And then we talked about surrounding neighborhood. Defining public convenience or necessity. Oh, and then, okay, and then on page 6 of 52, just going back, just trying to document some of these that she was talking about, Commissioner Bonderson was talking about, under substantial modifications, you're going to add a number 7 to that, which is transfer of license. Is that correct?
Commissioner Wiscombe, I'm going to add that to number 4. That's all kind of related.
Oh, okay, okay, add it to number 4. Okay, great. Okay, super. I think those are my only questions that I have at this point in time. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wiscombe. Let me ask Commissioner Reed how much time he might need. No rush. If you need more than 10 minutes, I'd like to take a health break for all of us at 3 o'clock, as we typically do. But again, no rush, Commissioner Reed. How much time would you like today for questions?
I don't think I need that much time. I don't know if it'll be plus or minus 10 minutes, but I
Okay,
can-
why don't we go
take a
ahead then?
break.
If it's just,
Okay.
let's go ahead and then we'll try to keep it, then, and you can always come back, of course.
Sure. Okay. One of my, Mr. Doimus, one of my concerns is that this off-sale ordinance could creep into on sale. If, let's say, the city wanted to include on sale in the future, what would the process be to approve that? Would that have to come back through Planning Commission and Council for approval? Or could that be done at the staff level?
Sure, Commissioner Reed, and your attorney too, Ms. Osminger, can definitely jump in if I'm wrong, but it would require, since it's a land use issue too, if it's gonna have the same type of mechanism, it would be the same process. We just couldn't add it. Hey, we already have an off sale, let's add it. It would come back to Planning Commission, Ordinance Committee, and City Council. So it would be the same. And it's I could see where some of the mechanisms of this ordinance would translate to on sale. But the biggest thing you would have by establishing this is at least you already are kind of creating the mechanisms for enforcement and the staffing. So that's where you really would see it. But if you do on sale, it'd be the same process we're here today.
Okay, so in your opinion, this ordinance, draft ordinance isn't written in a way that could administratively facilitate that addition?
Yeah, I mean, you could do it 2 ways, Commissioner Reed. You would expand upon this, but you'd have to add different definitions that are specifically applicable to on sale, or the easier, cleaner way would be creating its own separate chapter.
Okay, but it would have to go through a public review process.
Correct.
That's absolutely a requirement.
Absolutely a requirement.
Okay, great. I think I may have commented in our last hearing on this that the staff report, the first staff report, let me see if I can pull it up here. This was for reference, page 4 of the first staff report. Stated that the ordinance amendments do not apply to alcohol beverage manufacturers such as winery, brewery, microbrewery that sell off-site. That's in the draft ordinance, but the staff report goes further to say nor restaurants or bars.
Correct.
And I think you were willing to add that to the ordinance, but I didn't see it in the updated draft.
Correct. One of the things I forgot. So I will add that in terms of the legislative. The perfect place to put that would be legislative intent. So 2880.010. I will add that there. I think that's a good place to put that.
Perfect.
Could we go to that page, please, so we're all following the exact section that we're going to ultimately look at for edits? Thank you.
Okay. I had a question on existing retail establishments. This is pulling language that I just copied into my notes again from the initial staff report. But we don't need to go to it. It just said if the establishment is found not in compliance with the ordinance, the commission may suspend, modify, revoke existing deemed approved status. And then if revoked, an existing establishment would be required to obtain a CUP to resume selling alcohol. My question is, what's the process if planning commission wants to doesn't want to revoke, but wants to suspend or modify an existing deemed approved status? So in my understanding, you're not going through a conditional use. That's not going to a conditional use permit. You're modifying the deemed approved status. And what does that look like exactly?
Correct, Commissioner Reed. For example, two things. If you choose to suspend, you could say you're suspended until you finally clean up these violations, or the modified use. Maybe right now, in terms of the potentially the hours of operation, or the square footage devoted to it, that could be something that could be at least proposed as part of it.
Okay, and the planning commission would have that authority under the deemed approved portion of this ordinance, even though it's not a conditional use process.
Because yes, with the key being there, due process being involved, right? So it can't be. It's something where the store owner, retailer, because I understand the sensitivity of it, would be able to definitely challenge that. And so again, the goal of this ordinance is not to ever get to that point, but it allows us an opportunity. And I do want to add that caution, right? We're looking, it's a carrot stick, and the stick was not want to be used really often, but it's there. And, for the most part, I've dealt with enforcement a lot in my career here in the city. We do have responsible, owners. That's something that we understand the seriousness of it. The ordinance is structured that way to give due process if such a thing would occur.
Okay. Sorry about that. This might not be a question for you, Mr. Doimus, but this is just on CUP processing. I'm curious what the anticipated workload increase would be on the planning division and land development staff for what's being proposed, if there's even a way to anticipate that.
I can perhaps, Commissioner Reed, answer that. I've spoken to Renee Brooke, Mr. Wagner at the time, and a couple other people. It doesn't seem too much. There's anywhere from 1 to 3 on average establishments a year. So I don't want to say it's going to be a lot of workload, but at least numerically, you don't get 5, 10, 15 in a year. So it's very minor how many you see per year, new establishments.
Okay, and we can presume that those additional hours by staff will be covered by the applicant's CUP cost. So there won't be an additional cost to community development.
That I don't know if Allison or Renee. I'm assuming so. It's a lot of it's cost recovery based, but I'm not 100%. Go ahead, Allison.
Yes, Commissioner Reed, we anticipate that the CUP fee would fully cover staff's costs.
Okay, great. And then just a couple quick questions here on the draft ordinance itself. So under the distance, let's see this. I'll make sure I got my page numbers right here. On the updated document, I think this is page 7.
Yes.
So considering the 500-foot distance, if an existing, I'm assuming that there are liquor stores or markets that are existing today that are within this boundary, correct?
I don't know the answer to that, Commissioner Reed. So I don't want to venture a guess, but it would apply. This would apply to new ones, so not.
Yeah. Okay. So for the sake of conversation, let's assume there are there are stores within the 500 feet, and let's say that any given store has a violation, this ordinance is approved, and that comes before Planning Commission for to revoke, to modify, to suspend, whatever. Would that store then need to relocate because they're within that 500 feet?
If you had a pure revocation, so a store lost its right to operate there, so it wouldn't apply in a suspension or modification like that. So we're talking one category, clear on revocation of its right to operate due to not operating professionally or responsibly, and therefore would need a CUP. It would be considered a new establishment that, yes, it potentially could not be there.
Okay, but under just a modification or a suspension under the deemed approved, they'd be okay where they're at.
Correct.
Okay. And page 9, I think it's section H under litter. It states that the owner's responsible for keeping the area, keeping the area clean of any litter or debris. You may have already answered this. I might have missed it, but what's the definition of the area?
Yeah, that's a fair question, Commissioner Reed. There is no definition. It may be a better word. That's a good point you raise, is keeping its premises. So its responsibility should be as to where it's located. Though public input is worried about at the same time, outside of the area. So for example, someone buys a case of beer and they're drinking it there, and then they throw it next door. We know where it came from if it's like a, says 12 case box or 24 case box of Coors Light, right? So, where does the responsibility go to the property owner to do that? But maybe for clarity purposes, we would just keep it to its premises. I could add that change.
Okay.
If that's where you're going with that.
Yeah. I was going to suggest some change. Just in the case where you have multiple liquor stores or whatever, it'd be good for that to be a little bit more objective. Okay, last couple things. Under page 11, public nuisance, it says a public nuisance shall be deemed to exist if the following activities are repeated within the premises or in close proximity of the premises. Same question. How do you define close proximity?
With reasonableness, we've kind of discussed earlier. So we're not worrying about 5-6 blocks away, but same block, and a lot of this is going on, or public drunkenness, and it's in the same block or same area. Then that's, if commission looks at that, or enforcement staff looks at it, that's close enough. And again, remember that the owner, the retailer, always has a chance to appeal any of these things, so they can present their evidence of why they not should be held responsible for it.
Yeah. Okay. And last question, just scroll down here under reporting. It says that the Planning Commission may require the annual review of any new and existing alcohol beverage retail establishments or revocation based on noncompliance. So this could apply under the deemed approved status or CUP status, correct?
Correct. Planning Commission can ask for reporting on how things have been going.
Okay.
Exactly that.
Okay. And I assume that this annual review would be by at Planning Commission, or would it be at the staff level?
Staff level, the enforcement would present, who are in charge of that would present that per request from the Planning Commission. So something that could be agendized and presented.
For either one, for under deemed approved or CUP.
Sure.
Okay. Great, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Reed. It's 3:05 and approximately every 2 hours we take a health break. So we're going to take a 10-minute health break now and come back at 3:15. Thanks, everyone. We'll see you soon. convening the City of Santa Barbara Planning Commission meeting for June 10th, 2021. And we're going to continue our commissioner questions of staff.
Mr. Busk, did Chair Schwartz drop off the call? Oh.
Yeah, so she's coming out.
Madam Chair?
Yes,
Okay, you're back.
I'm back. I'm here. We're here. Okay, Commissioner Lodge, you're up next with questions of staff, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. We received a number of letters of support for this ordinance that referred to, and then this is a question for, I think, for Captain Stoney. Well, one of them, for example, said the number of liquor licenses on sale and off sale far in excess of the recommended limits set by the city. On sale 3 times the limit, off sale 2 times the limit. Is there a limit that the city has been able to establish? My experience in the past has been that the ABC has continued to issue permits even when the city asked them not to.
Commissioner Lodge, we have a real good working relationship with ABC. I've been involved for the last 10 years. In terms of recommendations by the police department based on, I guess, crimes of moral turpitude where we wouldn't issue a license to an individual, they've been very receptive to our input. In terms of how many the city is supposed to have, or if we've ever set a number and we've exceeded that number, I do not have that information. I can do some research for you and get it if that would help.
Okay, so you don't know of any limit that's been set by the city, though?
I don't know of a specific number or if that number has been exceeded or how that would happen. I would have to do some research and to find out the answer to your question.
Okay, thank you. Then, and somewhat related, page 7 of 52, 2880 060A, alcoholic beverage retail establishment requesting new non-transferred licenses may only be permitted on a site in a census tract with capacity for additional off-sale licenses as defined by ABC, with low to average crime rates as defined annually by the Santa Barbara Police Department. How is a census tract defined as having a capacity? And has there ever been a case where a permit has been denied because there are more retail alcohol beverage retail establishments than the city, there is no more capacity for more? Mr. Stoney, I think.
Yeah, again, I'll have to do some research in terms of the census tract. I think we talked last meeting that the police department currently doesn't track that information by census tract. We look at the beats that the city's established. I think the last time we did census tracking for crime statistics was in 2012. I did look into that. But in terms of exceeding a number that has been set either by ABC or by the city, I, again, would have to do some research, and I will certainly get that information and get it back to you.
Okay, thank you.
And Commissioner Lodge, I will work with Captain Stoney to make the appropriate change of the barometer of what we use. That would be the appropriate way we track these in the code. So I'll make that change.
Okay, thank you. No, those are my only questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Lodge. Who would like to go next with questions? We've had Commissioner Bonderson, Wiscombe, Reed. Commissioner Higgins, do you have any questions for staff before we go to Vice Chair Escobedo?
No, go ahead, Vice Chair Escobedo. All of my questions have been asked.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Higgins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, Mr. Domas.
Hello, Vice Chair Escobedo. Good to see you.
So I'm going to start with a question that I asked in the first hearing. So I apologize. I just forgot the reason. I think I know the answer, but does this ordinance need to go through Coastal Commission?
No, it does not. We've analyzed that, and the effects do not trigger requirement to go so.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for that. And then, second. Okay. So for, in terms of information that's going to be used to determine or declare an establishment a nuisance, and this might be for Captain Stoney, what sort of information would the city administrator use, or I guess as written now, the chief of police? Is it calls of service? Would it be reported crime? Is it filed reports or complaints from community members? Or just the discretion of the city administrator based on any sort of information that they may get?
I can try an answer and let Captain Stoney, of course, fill in where I'm missing, but the city administrator would delegate that. And it could be to wherever the enforcement is housed. It could be even our office. Our office has brought nuisance complaints forth. So it's various factors that are, and there's even state law that defines what's considered a nuisance too, that we've brought under. And it's various factors that disturb the tranquility and enjoyment of people in the surrounding areas. And so these are some of the factors we listed that would be considered nuisance activities. Generally, you'd want, convictions or citations, but calls to service are perfectly appropriate to a place. A place is getting 400 calls for a service. That's unreasonable. So that's all I wanted to add. I'm sure Captain Stoney probably has more, as he has more expertise for sure.
Vice Chair Escobedo, I guess the best way to put it is that we could pull the statistics any way that was requested by the city administrator or their designee. If we wanted to look at total calls for service, we could pull that. We could look at citizen complaints. We could look at arrests. We could look at citations, or we could do everything and then break them down by the various different categories. So I would say that, again, probably the most effective way to do that would be look at the total number of calls that have come in department, the number of complaints, and then we'll break it down. Obviously, sometimes we go to a call and we find out that whatever was reported isn't happening. So you could then take it a little bit further and look at the number of times we had to take enforcement action. But it give you a general overall idea of what was going on at the establishment in the surrounding area.
Okay, thank you. And following up on that, so for a community member, if they were to call some nuisance behavior in, you get there, they're no longer there, so you don't witness what they had called in for. It's still documented. And so it would still be a part of a report that would be delivered to whoever the decision maker would be. In other words, the community member wouldn't have to fill out a formal complaint or police report.
That's correct, Vice Chair Escobedo. Any call that goes into our dispatch center is logged, and if officer is dispatched, when the officer clears that call, they will have to distinguish. And one of the codes that we would put in terms of clearing the call is called GOA, or gone on arrival. In other words, we responded to that call when we got there. Whatever crime was reported was no longer going on, but there would be a record of the time the call came in, who called, and the fact that an officer did respond.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Give me a second. I have questions written all over the place. So, did I hear you correctly, Mr. Doimus? Is the intention is that, well, I guess maybe I didn't, but is the intention that city council would weigh in on where the enforcement position would live? Or is it the intention that, and I know as written right now, the city administrator would make the decision on where the position would live? Is city council getting an opportunity to, if they wanted to, designate a particular department in the city?
Vice Chair Escobedo, they could. There was an issue maybe a year and a half ago of the discussion of where, for example, parking enforcement officers would live. And for now, that wasn't disturbed because of a MOU. But if they choose to raise that issue and want to, they can choose to see where that would be. Again, where I think I understand the concerns from the community, but the important thing to recognize is, generally speaking, this isn't going to be police. We're not looking at police officers doing this. We're looking at code enforcement officers, and where would be the most appropriate. So obviously, if you're dealing with building issues, etc., your building inspector should be housed in community development, or zoning staff who's enforcing be there because they have the data, the access, they're surrounded by the expertise. And that's why we initially brought this to the police department. It's not like police department person, in terms of officers are going to be potentially going there, but enforcement staff that are going to be issuing not misdemeanor citations, but reports, notices of violations, and planning commission reports. And since a lot of this ordinance is based on, the land use control, are there nuisance activities occurring? Is there increase in crime? Are there problems or loitering? All these issues. What is the most appropriate department for that person to have access to, or even be around in terms of hear expertise, or even oversee issues too, right? Obviously these enforcement officers have to respond to a manager. It was my opinion, probably the most appropriate manager would be a peace officer to understand these things, because what we're looking at the ordinance and what triggers, potential hearing for suspension or revocation, or not meeting performance standards, just basic performance standards, are minor crimes, nuisance activities, and I'm not saying any other department can't do that, but the most appropriate is police. And again, this is not criminal based. This is like you would normally see community development do with notices of violations. And the biggest stick in all this is the planning commission, right? Because they can take the most severe action. Staff can't do that. Staff has no authority to revoke. They can recommend, and they can bring it, hearing before the planning commission to make that ultimate decision. But that's not done by staff.
So I have a couple of comments, and then I want to follow it up with a question. It's my understanding that when the parking enforcement conversation happened, and that MOU was with the police union, if I recall that correctly, and so that's also at a time when we're having currently the discussion about how we address public safety, which I would put this under public safety. And are there other ways of us addressing it without placing it into the police department? So I get your point that currently now the data is collected in the police department, but didn't I hear you correctly, is that planning commission is the enforcement mechanism. Staff is the basically fact finding and information gathering part of this process. And so if that were true, and this is a land use decision, couldn't you also come to the same conclusion that this position should live where land use decisions are being made, working with police department to get the same data, and also that same relying on their experience, but living where the land use decisions are being made? And I mean, is that a valid argument? Could you see how someone could come to that conclusion as well?
Vice Chair Escobedo, absolutely. And so for me as a lawyer, that's not a legal position. It's a policy decision. It's a decision on management too, from within the city in terms of what's the most efficient, expedient, less costly way to do it. And your point is absolutely valid. There isn't a requirement anywhere in the statute I could say enforcement of such type off-sale alcohol ordinances must be enforced and observed by the police department. There's no such thing. So it could live within any department. So it choose. And so that's not a legal issue. Why it was brought originally this way was because for most cities, it does house in there. And so hence, but we did hear it. So we did strike, the chief of police portion. And it's probably something that'll probably be discussed for sure, probably I'm assuming at the next level, especially with public comment coming forth. But for me, where I'm getting a lot of the questions on, yes, can we add this word or tweak this word? Does it change anything from a legal standpoint? That's where I'm very sensitive to. This is absolutely not a legal issue. It could be housed anywhere. Obviously, police have to be involved for that's why I left them in there for reporting or stat gathering. But in terms of where staff's issuing NOVs and bringing reports to the Planning Commission, there's nothing preventing it from any other department.
Okay, thank you. And then somewhat related, because this is probably also a policy decision, but I'm interested in the rationale. But allowing the power to delegate where the position lives in the city administrator's office, a concern I have is there's very little public input into that decision versus if it lives with city council. So I guess I would like some insight into the idea of living in the city administrator's office versus city council.
Well, generally most ordinances, the ordinance, first of all, city council you shouldn't have city council in there because this is an enforcement mechanism, right? And
actually, can I clarify
Sure.
a second? Is not necessarily having city council as the designator in the ordinance, but having city council insert language specifying what department they would like the position to live in. It would still answer to the city administrator's office ultimately, but having specific language in the ordinance that refers to a specific department, such as the community development director.
Understood, Vice Chair Escobedo. The reason why the city administrator is selected is because obviously, as you know, it's the top level position. And from there, you can delegate downward. You can't delegate upwards in that regard in an ordinance or ordinance writing construction. So that's why that's there. Staff was very sensitive to the public comment in this commissions. And so it was taken away in terms of having the chief of police be one of the enforcement mechanisms and to listen to what council says at the next step. But, the one thing is where I want the commission to focus on is the land use, provisions, the nuisance provisions, pretty much all of that, and we have the planning commission's input, but, this, again, like as I mentioned earlier, it's not a direct purview of the planning commission on that, but we are sensitive to that. We are sensitive. It'd be naive to think we're not aware of all the social issues going on. Internally, I'm involved with that. I know you're involved in that as well. So with that, the safest course of action is to have a report that talks about what was discussed or what was said at the planning commission level. Write that down, see how the ordinance is constructed. It's not committed to any way, and then have further input on that. And I do welcome input. What I don't want to do is create something saying, okay, well, planning commission mandates it that it's going to lie in the community development, and ergo, I'm going to put that in the ordinance versus some of the other changes. That's what I'm talking about the purview. I don't think it's appropriate. I think the fair, balanced way to handle is eliminate the chief of police reference, have it where it's appropriately the city administrator because it's the highest level, and contain in the report and the discussion at ordinance committee and council what occurred here, why, and even to get further direction from the city council on that topic.
And would it be appropriate to have a straw poll vote, a part of our ultimate recommendation that would allow us to comment on where the position, where our preference for the position might be? And I might be in the minority, but so that is clearly stated to ordinance committee and city council. And I have every faith and every trust that you're going to communicate our positions and where we stood. But I would also like it reflected in the minutes. And I think that would be, in my mind, the best way to do that. Is that something we could do, and would that be appropriate?
I would welcome Ms. Ostringer if she wants, because that would be something more advisory role. That's the role she has. I'm presenting to the staff today, so I turn it to her on that.
Hi, Ms. Ostringer.
Good afternoon, Chair Schwartz and Vice Chair Escobedo. If it's at the pleasure of the chair that she thinks that's something that would be beneficial, then yes, it's also something that could somehow be crafted into a motion and worked through that way. A straw poll might be the most efficient way to get through that, though. So I'd leave it to Chair Schwartz.
Thank you. Okay, noted, and appreciate you taking all those that barrage of questions.
That's okay. Thank you.
And so the last thing is, in regards to the specific piece of feedback that you had wanted in regards to the distance, is it possible to maintain that? Actually, it's right on the screen, Mr. Bullen. If you'll scroll down just a bit.
Sure.
So would it be possible to have this provision and then maybe add the ability for a new establishment to come to Planning Commission for an exception? And then it relieves us of having to come up with a specific criteria, because as you said, things are changing quite a bit. And so we might get a unique circumstance that might be okay, but in most cases it's not going to be.
I could, Vice Chair Escobedo, I could definitely craft a provision in there that, you know, this distance requirement is prohibited, but, you know, a person come in and to the Planning Commission to have a, you know, allow for it. Sure. I mean, that could be there. You know, there has to be, my only caution on that is not that we can't do it. It can easily put that in the ordinance. And again, you know, the ordinance is crafted in a way to give the commission such, you know, appropriate discretion. You know, I don't want it to be where it's so vague, so open-ended that it could create unequal results. That's not a good ordinance. That's not good law. You don't want to have that. And I don't think this ordinance does that. You know, there's clear guidance, but it's not, it doesn't tie the commission's hands, you know, in terms of every step, you know, making it completely objective. There's appropriate subjective language and guidance and rules within this ordinance to do so, to have the input and discretion. So in regards to, back to your specific question, if we do allow a person to come in to appeal, or at least have the Planning Commission consider, what would the part I'm thinking about was, what would the Planning Commission consider as, okay, well, we'll allow it in this case and not that case? You know, is it, well, they're not a full-on alcohol store. It's not really near a school, but it's near a residential zone lot. So we prefer it this time, but then next time someone comes in, is it different? So, you know, I'm not too worried about looking to the future and a lot of the other provisions. That may be one I am. I'm not saying I can't put that in the ordinance, you know, but just trying to think it through with you and the commission, you know, that's a future concern I could see. How would we establish that?
So it would need maybe to be accompanied, if we were going to go that route, findings that we would have to make, or criteria that we'd have to consider?
You would have to consider finding criteria, absolutely.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to sit on that.
Vice Chair Escobedo, can I ask you about this? I want to make sure I'm clear before I go to my questions, so that I don't have to come back over this ground, this line of questioning. And also to Mr. Doimus, this language seems very certain to me, that the way it's written now. When you say the planning commission has discretionary flexibility, I don't see flexibility in this sentence now.
Not in this section. I'm talking about overall, but yeah, correct. Not in this section.
Oh, overall. Oh, well,
Yeah.
okay. So then you would, yeah. And this sentence, it has a great deal of clarity and certainty. Now, Vice Chair Escobedo, were you thinking of some type of an exception process? Is that where you were going?
That was, Madam Chair, just because I was having trouble when reviewing the report is trying to come up with a appropriate number or appropriate percentage, because I think it's just really subjective for, I mean, we can pick any number really. And so that was the idea behind it, is that this would be very straightforward and very objective, and basically in many cases say no if a applicant for a new establishment thought that they could make the case that they aren't going to have detrimental effects to their surrounding areas, then they can come to Planning Commission to make that case. The problem is I'm trying to work through what those findings or criteria would be. As Mr. Doimus had pointed out, we would have to accompany it with something.
Yeah, I think that's a bit of a slippery slope there, but yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay, back to you. I'm sorry to insert myself, but I want to make sure that I was clear so that I don't have to come back over this when I get to my questions. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you. Last question I have, Mr. Doimus, it might lead to other questions, but this is regarding existing establishments. So we know that with new establishments, there's going to be a CUP that's going to ban those airline bottles. Correct. But it's my understanding for a deemed approved establishments that if they are accompanied with, they're deemed a nuisance, and does that mean that we can then open up this discussion about these airline bottles? What does that process look like for deemed approved establishments?
Chair Escobedo, for deemed approved, that's a discussion later on down the road. So not initially, but for example, if you're talking revocation and then they need a CUP, then even though they're previously existing and there's no change in ownership, you can then start putting on those conditions. And you know, it puts pressure on existing businesses to perform responsibly. And I think the law is fair and balanced in that. State law provides we can't do that, but it doesn't mean we don't have the power to revoke if someone's, just because you existed prior to this ordinance doesn't mean you have carte blanche to operate irresponsibly. At some point, if you continue to do and you don't correct, that's the key, don't correct. You know, it's not like there's not going to be notice and an opportunity for a business to come forth and comply and work with them. But if they don't, then, you know, they're going to lose that one benefit of being existing, and potentially if they have to get a CUP, all these conditions can apply, and probably maybe even more severe if it was a place that was causing you know, exasperating the situation, you know, in terms of the surrounding area. There will come a time when the Planning Commission can do that if you have a really problematic existing business.
And I just wanted to highlight that for this, the position that would be that code enforcement position, their role is really to build the relationship with the business owner and try as much as possible to stay out of even coming to Planning Commission, address those issues, working with them before we even try and think about revoking or suspension, correct?
Correct, Chair, Vice Chair Escobedo. It's kind of similar to our role our office has with our building inspectors or zoning. You know, they don't refer a case to our office for civil or criminal prosecution. They work with them, try to establish a relationship. You know, eventually then there's an NOV, there may be an administrative fine that comes along. And if the person is not getting it, then referring it for the appropriate legal action. And that's akin to this situation. They're trying to work with the owner, but if they're not, they go, okay, well, here's what's occurred over this period of time. We're presenting for the Planning Commission. Planning Commission can look at recommended discipline, and they can decide what's in terms of when I say discipline, in terms of the use, right, the permit, and decide what's the appropriate course of action, and maybe it's something too of progressive discipline too. I don't anticipate the beginning of immediate revocations, but working with it. So staff is there first, mainly, most importantly, to be the eyes and ears of something that's kind of, it seems like it hasn't been focused on much in the community, and to establish relationships and to bring problematic business in compliance before it even gets to the Planning Commission level. And that's the ultimate goal.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Mr. Doimus, for answering all of our questions. Really appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank
Likewise.
you, Captain Stoney, as well.
Thank you, Vice Chair Escobedo. Commissioner Higgins, still no questions before I go to my questions? Just give you an opportunity, or if any of my colleagues who have already gone, do you want to come back for any follow-on? Commissioner Higgins?
I'm good, thank you. Looking forward to the deliberations.
Okay. Any other colleagues have any follow-on questions before I go to my questions? I'll just wait a minute. Okay. Mr. Doimus, one of the members of the public mentioned that in recent years, when dealing with the tobacco ordinance, did not go through ordinance committee, went straight to council. I don't recall the exact path. Could you comment on these amendments that we're talking about going through ordinance to council and what's required?
Sure, Chair Schwartz. I actually worked on the tobacco one as well back then, our smoking ordinance, where we went basically from having a few areas to essentially a ban citywide with some minor exceptions to smoke. That wasn't a land use issue. It's the same thing as it's a crime of a nuisance, right? Smoking, right? Something that's ticketed by the police department as an infraction. It's similar to urination in public or drinking in public. This is different. This involves it's in Title 28 and 30. So anything that goes in, any amendments to this automatically go to the Planning Commission. And dealing with conditional use permits, land revocations, it must come to this body.
Okay, thank you. And then another member of the public mentioned 33 licenses on Milpas now and 141 off-sale licenses in the city, that is citywide. Do you or Captain Stoney have any comments on these statistics relative to, I'll call it on average in other California cities? And that's part A of my question. Part B would be then, do these stats relative to population, let's say proportional to population or census tract, give us any extraordinary legal or regulatory authority in our conditions of approval and revocation? You see what I mean? I'm creating a linkage there, asking that question. Thank you.
I understand, Chair Schwartz. I'll start off and I'll turn to Captain Stoney if he has anything to add. I am familiar with the 141 establishments citywide. I think I had that in my previous presentation slide. I'm not aware of the concentration of 33 on Milpas. I have no reason to believe that's not correct. I don't believe in terms of the state law or concentration, does it give us any, does it change things? No, but where it does change things is, I think what we talked about earlier, the analogy I gave in terms of the findings, right? When you're having a high concentration and you're having all these establishments in such a concentrated area selling alcohol and then adding more to that area, what does that do? What is the potential effects on that. And so that's where Planning Commission involvement and looking in that, looking at the statistics, the reports, play such a critical role of like, does the community need this establishment in this particular area? And that's why the Planning Commission is involved, because it's no different from any of the other projects you decide or to size or scope. Here we're just looking at they're selling a certain product that it's been proven that causes certain societal problems and nuisance activities and should it be there? And so that's where the Planning Commission can come in terms of where you see such a concentration. And should we add another one here? I don't know if Kevin Stoney wants to add anything else to that.
That's very helpful.
The only thing I'd like to add, Chair Schwartz, after the question from Commissioner Lodge, I've already reached out to ABC and I'm trying to get a response in terms of if they have any recommended number of alcohol establishments per population. So hopefully I'll hear back from them shortly and I'll get that information to the Commission.
Very good. I know we've heard from the public a number of times now on this subject, the statistics. Again, I don't know, how we should look at that per capita census tract, but it would seem to me that if there's data supporting an assertion or how can I put this? Yeah, I'll just say an assertion that we have a disproportionately high number of these licenses in one area, in this case, Milpas, citywide, that perhaps that could be interpreted as additional new off-sale alcohol licenses could be interpreted as an intensification of use of sorts if we look at land use language. And then there are certain allowances for discretionary decision-making bodies like Planning Commission where there's an intensification of use. So you can maybe just think about that, Mr. Doimus, if you have any thoughts for me. I don't need to really spend any more time on that, just for you to consider that for legal advice. Okay, let me go to, if I could, Mr. Bolton, page 6 of 52 in our packet, and this is 040, local letter of public convenience or necessity required. And it's this sentence, the chief of police is authorized to issue local letter of public convenience or necessity whenever an applicant for an ABC license is required to obtain this letter. What's confusing to me is this language, the chief of police is authorized. Why wouldn't we say will issue or must issue? Help me understand. This is almost like it's passive. Like it's allowed to issue, but not required to issue. You see where my question there?
I understand that point, and the way the language is structured, or maybe almost in a legalese way. The reason is structured that way is who's delegated, who's the person delegated to do that, right? It doesn't have shall, but it does have the chief of police can do that. They have the authority. I'm not tied to any particular language. So if there's something where the commission suggests that if we want to have instead of authorized, the chief of police shall issue a local letter of public convenience or necessity, I can do that as well. But it's just that language is there. It's who has the authority, who in the city is authorized to do so, and then when a PCN letter must be required, and therefore obtaining a CUP.
Okay, well, it would seem to me, Mr. Doimus, that when we look at the next sentence, a PCN letter must be issued.
Mm-hmm.
That then this comes back to my question, and it would seem to me, if my colleagues agree, that we need some stronger definitive language here, like will issue. Why don't we be consistent? It says must be issued, second sentence. I don't know if we want to say must or will. But I'll leave that to you from some legal consistency.
I have no problem with that. I can make
okay.
Sense.
A PCN letter will be issued. I'm also going to look at this in the second sentence, so that chief of police will issue a local letter Okay. Okay, very good. Let me go on if I could. So the next page, page 7 of 52. And if, Mr. Bolden, if you would scroll down to the section entitled distance. A number of my colleagues have asked about this section. First, in our last hearing, last month, Mr. Doimus, I believe I asked you about another category in this list, and that would be something like, I don't know what the current appropriate terminology is, a sober center, a sober facility. And I was thinking back to, I think I mentioned this to you, thinking back to a category that we had in our medical marijuana storefront dispensary ordinance. There was some language like that, that those dispensaries could not be located within a certain number of feet. I can't remember if it's 500 or 1,000 back in the day. But we also had this type of facility as a category, as a prohibitive prohibition, or limitation. Did you look that up by any chance for me? Because I don't see that it made its way into this further revised set of amendments.
Correct. I couldn't find anything in reference to our dispensary, but I can add here if that's what I can look at healthcare facilities being part of that, but we can specifically call out a sobering center and just choose a terminology today, and I'd be happy to include that. So maybe a sobering center would be the appropriate term. Would that be?
Well, I'm not I want to be both accurate but sensitive to what the current appropriate terminology is. Maybe you could do a quick look up, whatever that terminology is. To me, it is very different than a healthcare facility. So they're not synonymous in my mind. My other question in this section is to ask you, this third sentence, why did you include public or private? And then you go on to reference schools. Why is that needed? Public or private?
Either type of school. So, someone would try to say, just to be clear, I mean, I can put all schools as well, but there's generally two types. So public or private. Okay,
and then I'm curious why you left out middle school. You have elementary or high school, but no middle school.
I'll put in middle school as well. That's
okay.
Generally, I consider elementary as part of middle, but I'll do that.
Okay. I won't ask you about your we'll compare former education. Who went to elementary school? Remember it was called junior high? Okay, that's my era. Okay, let me continue on to the next page, page 9. And both Commissioners Bonderson and Wiscombe asked some questions about required findings. I believe I asked you also in our first hearing last month to see if we could, with Captain Stoney's assistance, identify at least a kind of a top list of crime rates or some categories for crime rate, rather than this very generic term, crime rate. Affect the crime rate, either types of crimes or rate. I mean, rate is that's a mathematical reference. So I think we need to improve upon this generic term of crime rate, and I'm not sure exactly how to get at that. Maybe between you and Captain Stoney, you can give me an idea.
I welcome what Captain Stoney has to offer. For me, crime rate, crime rate's a kind of established term, that can involve increase in occurrences, percentage. It's not bound to any specific measuring stick or measuring tool. And then what we added was the types that you normally would see. So we're not identifying the penal code sections of it, but here are the type of activities. But Captain Stoney, if you want to add something to that.
And Captain Stoney, if I may, just before you respond, maybe you could think about this. When we think of kind of the dial moving up on crime rate, what's incremental, what's significant, but for the Planning Commission, to not spend an inordinate amount of time when we would have to consider this finding, when this becomes real and something comes to the Planning Commission, and then we have to interpret adversely affect the crime rate. It's just too wide open. So back to you, Captain Stoney, could you help me become a little more comfortable with where we could go with this with greater specificity?
Chair Schwartz, I'll do my best. I'll start off by saying that crime rate is a term that we use fairly often when we look at statistics in terms of how things are changing. So I could do some research, but in terms of a better term, that's in my career, that's the term that we've traditionally used to look at crime. In terms of significantly adverse, I think having some discretion there is really important. I look at low frequency and high frequency crimes. You might have one significant crime in an area, and if you have a second one, your crime rate has doubled. So you see 100% increase. But with low frequency crimes, you might, or excuse me, high frequency, you might have 100 incidents, and we had one or two. That's not a significant increase. So, you know, I like the idea that we're leaving a little bit subjective to look at the different crimes and figure out, is this something that the commission is uncomfortable with, this level of increase? So if you put a percentage, and we talked about that a little earlier, you know, 100% increase from 1 to 2 seems dramatic, but it's really not that significant.
Okay.
So that would be my answer to what I think you were asking.
Okay, very good, thank you. I'll move on to page 11. Under public nuisance, this is 300. And I believe the Commissioner Commissioner Bonderson first asked about this. If this list could be added to the required findings section, which is back on page 9, did you confirm, Mr. Doimus, that you would be adding it when we get to our deliberations and a vote?
Chair Schwartz, I would add some of the categories mentioned there into the findings part. So that would,
Some of them, but not all of them.
I mean, I could. It'd be a long
Okay.
it'd be a long finding, but yeah, I could list them all. I mean, some of them are repetitive. They're already in the findings above, but yes, the ones that aren't,
Yeah.
I will do
Yeah.
that.
Well, certainly we don't want to be repetitive, but wherever there is a disconnect or a differentiation between the other list, the current required findings list, and the public nuisance list, as Commissioner Bonderson, I think, was trying to point out, maybe you could kind of on the side here, make a note of which which could be added back in. Okay, thank you.
What I plan on doing, Chair Schwartz, two things, doing that and then looking to see if I can add the reference of public nuisance in the definition section as Commissioner Wiscombe asked. I'll do that.
Okay, very good. Yes. And I did note Commissioner Wiscombe's recommendation, a couple of her recommendations. We'll come back to that, but I've noted them for myself. So when we get back to making specific edits, we can pick those up. I'm curious, Mr. Doimus, if this list in public nuisance, is this identical as it applies to other businesses in terms of how public nuisance is defined? I mean, this is pretty far-ranging. Gambling, prostitution. I mean, any of these outside of any other business in our city, would that warrant certain types of actions?
You know, it relates to businesses that, for example, sell items that would maybe be considered, you know, illegal if, you know, certain, you know, minors would possess it or everything else, or when you're dealing. So it's not unusual when you have something like alcohol. And what we've seen historically through research and data of what it could lead to, you know, it's an appropriate list. It's rationally related to what the abuse of alcohol is. So it's really specific as to the business that this is, you know. And so you may see it in a couple other businesses that depending on what their product is as well.
certain types of business. Okay. And then I made a note. I want to follow up with you. Commissioner Bonderson also asked about, I believe she did, periodic enforcement checks of some sort. Can't really put my finger on where that
That's
might
the
fall. Where,
Chair Schwartz, that's the next section after nuisance, 288400 reporting.
Let me just go to that. Sorry. What page are we on here? So we're on page 12. Oh, responsibility to, no, not
Reporting. So,
oh,
yeah,
at the very top.
item 9, top of 10, correct.
There we go. Yes. So the planning commission may require, is that where we're talking? No, not the annual review. Yes?
Yes. I mean,
Yes, that's it. Okay.
Correct. I mean, and generally, staff's gonna develop basically an inspection program. You know, we don't call it enforcement because we don't anticipate we go into place and automatically start enforcing, but an inspection program where depending on what it is, how often we generally review a business. Maybe it's every business, you know, quarterly, or maybe it's bi-monthly, or whatever it may be.
Okay.
Enforcement staff will do that. Obviously, they will visit more frequently businesses that have violations until they come into compliance. But that would be part of the inspection/enforcement program.
And then if I understood Commissioner Reed's question to you on this same sentence, I was wondering if, and I'll ask my colleagues if they would like to support something like the Planning Commission may require the annual review in a public hearing of any new and existing, et cetera, so that, I mean, you may say that, oh, it's assumed it's in a public hearing, but I think
no, that's appropriate.
Specificity, I think, could be helpful there. So if you could make a note of that.
Absolutely.
And then I don't want to mention too many pages together, but I was listening to Vice Chair Escobedo's question about the city administrator versus, for example, community development director. These two titles are referenced in various sections. Responsibility to enforce on page 12, we have city administrator, but yet on page 13, unless an extension is granted by the community development director, then further down on page 13, community development director. So I would just ask you, and I don't want to take up too much time today, but and I don't know if the reference to one title, one person is appropriate in one section versus a different in another. But I'm just asking you to think about consistency in terms of authority and process.
I can answer that. So, Chair Schwartz. So when you look at the community development director, that section 2887-360, that's already in existence, and the appropriate person is the community development director, because 2887-360 doesn't just apply to this chapter. It applies to other revocations for other issues in Title 28 or in Title 30. So the community development director is the appropriate position to mention in that section. Whereas in my specific chapter, 2880, we have the city administrator being the appropriate person with the chief of police where needed to.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm just going to look back over to make sure I've asked you all my questions. I think I have it. I've been very fortunate that my colleagues asked others that were on my list, so that's handled. I think that's it. So now I'm going to ask my colleagues to come back on, whoever would like to start first with comments or deliberations. Please, Commissioner Wiscombe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we've come a long way on this, and I truly appreciate Mr. Doimus and Captain Stoney's bearing with us and going through the language with a fine-tooth comb. I think we're going to make this a better ordinance to forward to the ordinance committee and then eventually to city council. So I would like to just go over my notes, and perhaps my colleagues could comment on, these are my notes on what I've heard from all of my fellow commissioners, and where changes can be made and where considerations for changes can be made. Would that be helpful, Madam Chair?
I think
To
that
do it
would
that
be, and
way?
if we could ask Mr. Bolton to follow us sort of chronologically, by page and section in the draft ordinance or the ordinance, proposed ordinance
Okay.
amendments.
Oh,
Then we could all
okay,
very
so-
carefully follow along, and I'll make notes as well, Commissioner Wiscombe.
Yeah, okay. So in section, page 6 of 52, 2880030, under definitions, we're gonna add the public convenience or necessity. And then I asked that Mr. Joymus can add conditions of approval, public nuisance, and discontinued use with just the reference to the specific sections where those are defined. And he said he would consider that. So that's I think number one.
And Commissioner Wiscombe, I'm going to ask Mr. Doimus and Ms. DeBusk to please take really good notes, because I think we have quite a number of proposed changes. So I don't think I'll be
Right.
able to write it all that fast myself. So I'm going to ask for their help.
Yeah, okay. Well, I have them written down, I think, for the most part. And then on page 9 of 52, I'm just going through the comments made by commissioners in order. I should have done Commissioner Bonderson's first, but I'm just starting with my my notes here. And then in 2880070, which is on page 9 of 52 under required findings, I asked that the word potentially be added. The proposed use shall not have a significant potentially adverse effect on the crime rate. And I did that for really latitude for the Planning Commission. I think, this is a judgment call. So, and Mr. Doimus said that he would consider that language. And then on page, are you finding this helpful as I go through this, Madam Chair?
Oh, yes, I am. And I had already noticed that you noted that you mentioned potentially. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, okay. And then on page 11 of 52, under mandatory training and presentation of documents, I had asked that perhaps a sign for existing establishments be created that face the exterior of the building that provided information for complaints. And Mr. Doimus said that he would consider that. And Mr. Doimus, please jump in here if I'm misquoting you on any of this. So, pardon?
I said you're not at all. It's all accurate.
Okay, yeah. And then in on page 11 of 52, under public nuisance again, we omitted chief of police, but I asked that we add city administrator or authorized representative. And Mr. Doimus said that would be fine. And just to comment on Vice Chair Escobedo's comments on that, I really do feel that it should be from the top down, because the top can ask times change here. You can ask the community development director to do it. The community development director may get a community enforcement officer at some point, and that would go to them. So if this goes to the city administrator, maybe a position will be created in another department that doesn't involve the police department, and then the ordinance is all set to take that into consideration. So that's kind of where I was going with that. And then on page 12 of 52 at the top, which is the reporting section, I had asked that we add the word written report of violations shall be presented to the Planning Commission. And then a section that said violations shall be documented by dates, times, and specificity of said violations. And Mr. Doimus was okay with that. And then on page 13 of 52, getting ahead of myself here, under revocations, and this would be number 2, the use, building, or structure has been substantially expanded, and I asked that we add or altered, and he was okay with that. And then under the same section in number 3, I asked that the word documented be added before violation, that there has been a documented violation of or failure to observe. And he was okay with that. So let me go on here, and I'm not going to go out of order here, so we're going to have to skip around. In 2880-300, that this is under public nuisance. I'm on to Commissioner Bonderson's comments. We would add the words so after in close proximity of the premises, are repeated within the premises or in close proximity of the premises, we would add the word such as, and then the colon before disturbance of the peace, etc. And let's see. Commissioner Bonderson wanted on page. Did you want to say something?
Just since we're on, not to have too much interactive, back and forth on this, but you'll recall that I asked Mr. Doimus to compare this list with the required findings list and where there's a gap.
Right. Yeah.
To align. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Back to you.
You wanted. Yeah. Okay. I'm just trying to go in order. So. Okay. And I don't, on page 10 of 52, Commissioner Bonderson wanted felt that surrounding neighborhood needed a definition. I actually think it's better without a definition based on what Mr. Doimus said. That gives us a little bit more latitude. I'm just trying to find it here. I don't know where it is on this page.
Maybe she could pick that up when she comes on. She can follow
yeah,
up.
when she comes back on. Yeah,
Okay.
I was fine with surrounding neighborhood. I just think it gives us more latitude. And on page 6 of 52, she asked that public convenience or necessity be defined. And Mr. Doimus was fine with that.
Commissioner
then on
Bonderson, did
page-
you?
I just wanted to make myself available if we wanted to touch on that
Okay.
topic, and then we can just move past it and not have to come back. Were you looking specifically to find it in the ordinance, Commissioner Wiscombe?
Yes.
And Commissioner Bonderson, your screen is fuzzy. If you could just close your webcam, come back. I'm sure it'll clear itself.
Let's try that. Here we go.
Yeah, that often works.
Did that work?
It's better, yes.
Yeah.
Glad it was easy. This topic regarding the surrounding neighborhood was in part B of the required findings, and it was on page 9 of 52, section 2880070. So just keep scrolling down, and it's in part B. There we are at the bottom of the screen. The last two words of that part B section.
Oh, that's on page 10 of 52, not 9. Okay.
Sorry, it
Yeah.
started at, well, the finding required.
Yeah,
findings started-
I had it on 10 of 52. Yeah, okay. So I was fine with that the way it was. And Mr. Doimus I don't think he commented on making a definition of that, but I'm just going to go through, I'm going to go through what he said was okay to change, what he said he would consider, and we can have discussions on the rest of the items if that's okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I'll be back. Thank you.
And then on Commissioner Bonderson on page 6 of 52, you asked for public convenience or necessity to be defined, and he was okay with that.
Is that a question?
Right.
Yeah. The answer
Yes.
is yes.
Yes.
We talked about that previously as well.
Okay. And then also on 6 of 52, under substantial modifications, Commissioner Bonderson asked to be added to number 4, transfer of license. So, and Mr. Doimus was okay with that. And then on to Commissioner Reed's comments on 2880010. I think he wanted, which is the legislative intents.
Maybe we could ask Commissioner Reed to come on if you're gonna
Well,
make
he
some
said
reference.
he asked the question about restaurants and bars, and they aren't included in this establishment, but I don't see, or in this ordinance, but I don't see where to put that in here. Mr. Doimus?
Yes, Chair Schwartz, Commissioner Wiscombe. I think the area to put that is 010, the legislative intent of who this applies
Okay.
to, what license. So that's the best location for it.
Okay, so it's going to be who this applies to and who it doesn't apply to.
Correct. It'll have
Oh.
who's not. So it'll include restaurants, bars, any on sales. I'll have that language in there.
Yeah. Okay, that's great. Yeah, because I know you said okay, but I wasn't
no.
sure what.
I'll add that
yeah.
this ordinance doesn't apply to on sale establishments.
Yeah, okay. And then on page 9 of 52, he had a question about litter and keep the area clean, and you agreed to define that as premises. Okay.
You mean instead of the word area?
Yes,
We're
premises. Yeah.
instead of area. Okay.
That's what, yeah, because area is kind of squiggly for a planning definition. It's getting late in the day. I can use words like squiggly. And then from Commissioner Lodge on 2880060. Under location, there it is. Okay, so 7 of 52. Since we don't use the census tract, according to Captain Stoney, Mr. Doimus said he will change the barometer of the language in that part under location. Site located in a census tract. I think Captain Stoney says they use basically beat locations. So whatever language needs to change to move away from that, Mr. Doimus said was okay.
Maybe we could ask him for that language now since we're already here. Is Commissioner Wiscombe, Captain Stoney or whoever might, let's just see.
I think Mr. Doimus said he would have to work on what the language would be, but he'd move away from the census tract since we don't use that. And I think he said he'd work with Captain Stoney and they developed the language on exactly what they do use to
Okay,
for
I don't know if they
location.
have it yet.
So-
It'd be great if somebody's
it'll
already
come
kind
back.
of on the fly.
It'll come back to us anyway, you know, and before, in our minutes, before it goes on to ordinance. So, and then Vice Chair Escobedo, on page 7 of 52, under the distance requirement, was concerned with the with the exception if no more than 10% of the retail display area is devoted to the sale and display of alcohol, and asked that perhaps planning if I heard him correctly, and I totally agree, I think that's a 10% is a, you know, who knows, you know, what kind of number. And 10% may not be applicable in some areas. It may be 5% or, you know, 20%. I don't know. But if we could actually have the discretion, if we could have the latitude to take discretion on exceptions to that with findings, and that then findings would have to be developed. Am I understanding that correctly, Vice Chair Escobedo?
Correct, Commissioner Wiscombe. And I was the example that came to mind was maybe there would be a retail space for a grocery store in which maybe it's a smaller grocery store and that 10% needs a little flexibility one way or the other. So that's where that example came from. And I think in most cases, this is going to say no to most off-sale establishments, which I think is okay, and then provide the opportunity for them to make the case to us.
Right. Okay, great. And while we're on that, and I think I did skip Commissioner Bonderson's, Chair Schwartz, you made reference to it, the one about including on the findings, the increased language that's available from the public nuisance section. You following me?
Are we still on distance? Are we still in this section?
No, we're not. I skipped back. My mind skipped back because I think you started to talk about that, and I thought I'd get to it, and I think I didn't get to it in Commissioner Bonderson's comments. Oh, here. Okay. So adding some of, hold on, page 9.
This is the alignment of the list I was referring to, alignment of the categories?
Yes, required findings, add, yes, the alignment of the list. She requested that some of the nuisance descriptions be added to this. In other words, this list in required findings be supplemented. Some of them are already repeated, but be supplemented with some from the nuisance list. So, and I think Mr. Doimus said he was fine with that. So sorry to go back, but I didn't want to miss that one.
Are you still planning to go back to, let's see, where are we to, hold on, now I have to look at where we are. Excuse me 1 minute. Oh, back to distance? on page 7? 52?
Distance on page 7, Vice Chair Escobedo, I think that I will just say that I agree with him, that I think that that should be stricken, and that we should have, Planning Commission should have discretion. You know, maybe there's some cases where 10% is okay, and some cases where it's not. So I think that I would agree with him on that one, that the Planning Commission should have the latitude to take the discretion, and that findings should be developed, or a finding should be developed. You know,
And then
whatever
how
that
about
needs to be.
Okay, excellent. And then the two things I identified, one is that middle school was left out. It just said elementary or high
I
school.
haven't gotten to you yet. I haven't gotten to you yet.
Okay. I thought we were kind of, okay, then you know what? I'll sit back. Thank you.
No, okay. So here, on page 6 of 52, okay, we are under, we're under 2880040, the Chief of Police. This is the PCN letter. And you want to change the language shall issue? Or will issue? Will issue,
Yes.
yeah, okay, will issue. And Mr. Doimus was fine with that.
As Commissioner Wiscombe, just a point of levity here. As former city attorney Steve Wiley used to tell the Planning Commission, shall is for the 10 commandments. Will is for regulatory ordinance language. So I've never recommended
Okay.
shall again after Mr. Wiley said that to us.
Okay. Okay. And then on 7 of 52, where we're back into B, distance, Chair Schwartz, you talked about perhaps adding to healthcare facilities and sobering centers, or, you know, I don't even know if it should be related to, does sobering also involve drugs? I don't know.
Well,
You get
I don't know if it's
sober
called
from drug-
addiction treatment centers. I don't know what the right
Addiction
terminology
treatment
is.
centers, yeah, I think, yeah, and I think it should expand beyond just sobering, beyond alcohol. I think it,
Yes,
Yeah.
I didn't have the
Mr.
right
Doimus.
terminology in mind.
If I may interrupt for a second, Chair Schwartz, Commissioner Wiskin, Mr. Busk was happy to include, and I agree with her. We have in Title 30, at least, we have social service facilities, and it includes a lot of these types of services. So we'll add that. That'll be one of them, and so we'll definitely we understand what the intent is, and that'll probably be one of them. And we'll maybe add something else too if it doesn't fit in terms of
Great.
treatment for sure.
Okay. Thank you so much. Okay. And then also there, you're adding middle school, which Mr. Doimus said he agreed with. And then on page 12 of 52, under the Planning Commission review. Oh, this is at the very top. This is under reporting, I guess. I think if my memory serves me correctly. Yes, it does. That's scary when you, when I know what section it's under, even though it's not on the same page. So under that section, we're adding in a public hearing after Planning Commission.
And you also had, Commissioner Wiscombe, I think you wanted a written report of those violations, right?
Yes.
Did you already say that?
Yes. Yeah, I said that right at the beginning when I talked about, and also that the said violation shall be documented with dates, times, and specificity of said violation.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. And that's pretty much all I have. And After deliberations, I'm happy to make a motion on whatever is left of this list. If, but I think I covered everything, and if I missed a commissioner's change, I apologize.
Commissioner Wiscombe, let me ask you on page, and maybe you already said this, but it's kind of hard to track back and forth, but page 13 of 52, this is C 2 and 3 down towards the bottom of the page.
Right.
I noted that you were requesting, so let's look at number 2. The use, building, or structure has been substantially expanded. I think you wanted to say, or altered.
Or altered.
Or altered beyond what is set. Okay, you got that. And then in the next one, number 3, I noted there is or has been a, can't read my own writing, I was writing so fast, documented violation. Documented. So we wanted to get that there to see if colleagues are interested in supporting that. Right? Yeah.
Right. Yes.
Okay. Okay, why don't we leave it at that, and then we can have the other colleagues come on, and if you've missed anything, we collectively missed anything, or somebody wants to make further changes, we'll do that. Thank you, Commissioner Wiscombe, for being so thorough. And Commissioner Bonderson, you're up.
Thank you. I would like to hold on to Commissioner Wiscombe for a second. I want to double check just one of the items that you added on my behalf. And by the way, thank you so much for doing such a huge amount of work of summarizing everyone's questions and thoughts and notes. That is a huge endeavor. Appreciate you so much for doing that. What would we do without you? So I wanted to come back to the portion where we were talking about the list of crimes or disturbances, nuisances, and how we're trying to compile them all together. I wanted to make sure that we didn't miss the language that I spoke to Mr. Doimus about briefly. It was found in, trying to remember where it is located exactly, but it was part of the language that was crossed out. Let me double check. I believe it's in part A, but I don't want to be wrong, so give me just a moment.
Are we in required findings, Commissioner Bonderson?
Yes, I believe so. I don't want to be wrong.
Page 9. Okay.
I believe so. I don't want to be wrong, so give me just a second. It would either be on page 10, I believe, because it gets bumped to, nope, it's loitering. Let me just double check. I have it in 2 locations. That's
where the surrounding neighborhoods is. Yeah.
You are right. It is on page 9. It's at the bottom of section A under required findings. And it was the language that was removed that listed not aggravating existing problems in the neighborhood created by the sale of alcohol, such as loitering, public drunkenness, alcoholic beverages, sales to minors, noise, and littering. That section I understood was taken out because it didn't belong there any longer, but I think the list needs to continue to live on elsewhere. So when we are compiling the list of all the different types of such as examples, I'd like to keep that list in there as well. And I'm not sure, Commissioner Wiscombe, if you included that or if you just put the public nuisances together with the findings list.
Can you hear me okay? My earphones just died, so I got to go get some other ones. I understood you to say that the list on page 11 of 52 under public nuisance was to be those items where there's not repetition were to be expanded in section A on required findings. Is that correct?
Absolutely, yes. You got that part. I just wanted to make sure that we didn't lose the part that was crossed out, which just follows it. And just, so if you can go back to A, whoever's driving here for us, Mr. Bolton, do you see the part that's crossed out? At the very end of it, it has a few more things listed, such as loitering, public I just want to keep that extra, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 5 things there. I want to just keep that in the list as well if possible.
Well,
Doesn't-
Commissioner Bonderson, let's pause for a moment here.
And of
Let's
course,
take
it's
let's take each one. So public drunkenness is up in this language. Let's just look at each one. So we have loitering. Let's start with loitering. Sale alcohol,
Loitering,
such as
loitering is in
Loitering.
2880-300,
That's right.
which
Under
those
public
get moved to the other. I got to go
Right,
get some.
public. Yes, so loitering, we know it's going to move in. Public drunkenness is referenced
Right.
already up above in the second sentence.
Yes.
Alcoholic beverage sales to minors is referenced up above in the second sentence.
Hold on. That's the only one that I don't see. Would you be kind enough to make?
It's right there. Look on the screen here. Look on the screen for a moment. Do you see in the second sentence that starts particular attention shall be given?
Okay, public
So
drunkenness.
we have these categories: public drunkenness, illegal sale of use, okay, disturbing the peace, alcoholic beverage sales to minors.
It doesn't, I see it now and I apologize. You're absolutely right. Those were distributed amongst the 2 sections. So yes, we're good. Thank you.
And then just to follow on though, it also says noise and
Yeah.
littering.
I saw
And yes, okay.
We're good.
Are
We're
you
good.
okay then? You're okay with the strikeout then?
Absolutely. And thank you for
Okay.
taking a moment with me with that. I
Oh,
wanted to just.
no, this is important. This list is important. Thank you.
Great.
Did you have anything else that, did Commissioner Wiscombe not capture any of your requested changes to the conditions of approval?
No, I'm fine, Chair Schwartz. I wasn't sure if we were all supposed to come on now or if you were waiting for.
Well, if there aren't any changes, if you want to make other comments, now's the time, because we're going to go right down the line with the proposed changes and then just additional comments before ultimately we're going to, head to a vote on this. And I'm also remembering a suggestion by Vice Chair Escobedo on a straw poll, which we will come back to and have him come online and mention that. I don't know, Vice Chair Escobedo, if you want to come on now, but go ahead, Commissioner Bonderson.
Thank you. I want to make sure that I didn't miss something in Commissioner Wiscombe's efforts. Want to make sure that the section that we discussed with Mr. Doimus about potentially providing definitions, perhaps in a definition section at the front end of this language to define the different types of licenses, new, transferable, and existing, and what that means. Did you mention that? I can't remember, Miss. We didn't.
I'm sorry, I didn't. I did mention other things in definitions, but I didn't pick up on that.
If that's
So-
fine. You covered so much. I don't expect everything. But I did want to make sure we didn't miss it. So if that's okay, Mr. Doimus did mention that he wouldn't have a problem with that, as long as he can put the language together for us.
So let's do this because I want to keep moving this forward smoothly. Mr. Doimus, if you could join us and give a recommendation as to exactly where you would suggest we incorporate that language that you're comfortable with and that Commissioner Bonderson is requesting, Mr. Doimus?
Yes, just to be clear, what exactly the language is, Commissioner Bonderson?
Sure. It was the question that I had asked you with regard to defining the different types of licenses, new versus existing versus the transferable licenses, and what does that transferable really entail? That definition being important, probably the most important of the 3.
With that, I'll look to see I could put that under definitions and transfer and license. And what we'd rely upon that, we wouldn't create our own local definition. We'd rely upon the ABC and state law. So we can reference that. That would be appropriate to define in the definition. So not creating one, but referencing where state law is. For the purposes of licenses, though, whether it's a transfer of a license or a new owner, that goes to the substantial modifications, because that's really the important portion of this ordinance where we're concerned about is there a new owners or a transfer of the license, because that will qualify as a substantial modification. But I have no problem putting in the definition of license and transfer, but we would have to rely upon, because that's an ABC license. That's not a.
I have no problem with that. I just hope that we can include it so we know where to find it locally.
Sure.
Very good. Thank you.
So Mr. Doimus, if you could please work up that language now while we continue on. And then we'll include that in a proposed further revision to this section on page 6 of 52 before we go to a vote. We want to make sure we're really being comprehensive in including everything. Okay, who else would like to, if there's anything else to add, if we didn't capture everything that you would like to recommend in the way of revisions to the conditions of approval, now's the time. And also I'll invite Vice Chair Escobedo to please come online, and we can also talk about that straw poll vote if you're still interested in us entertaining that. Vice Chair Escobedo, are you?
Yep. Madam Chair, can you hear me okay?
Yes, Gabe, we can.
We can
Okay.
hear you. Yeah.
Madam Chair, are you back?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. I can.
Okay, yeah, it went out
You-
for a moment. Okay.
Did you want comments? Is this the time where we give
Yes,
our comments?
please.
Okay. So for me, I'm largely in favor of what we have before us. A deemed approved ordinance is needed and is a step in the right direction for our neighborhoods, community, our youth. It's a tool for us to ensure that businesses are consistent with their intended use, which is something that we've heard from 2 meetings of public comment. And this is going to be a step in the right direction of protecting our youth from intrusive advertising and access to alcohol. And I can support all of the changes in terms of text that have been suggested so far. And I did want to make some additional comments is while I'm supportive of this ordinance, I would be remiss if I didn't also acknowledge that there are a great deal of off-sale establishments on the east and west sides, and which houses many of our Latinx families for whom historically have kind of borne the brunt of our current approach to public safety and the incarceration system. That's larger than the city, but right now, we have valued community members in our city right now who are undocumented or who have had bad experiences previously with police. Having police staff sworn or unsworn when not necessary adds unneeded trauma. And at a time in our city where we're having a conversation on how we address public safety and asking, can we address public safety, this public safety function without housing it in the police department? The question I'm asking is, why would we place another function in the police department that didn't need to exist there, especially a land use function? And I would be just as perplexed if it was a planning technician or a building and safety position that was in the police department. I think this land use code enforcement position belongs where land use determinations are made. And yes, the police department will be involved, but this code enforcement position living there does not preclude the police department from sharing data, information, or training. And so my straw poll vote that I would like to suggest, Madam Chair, is regarding just a suggestion for City Council, our desire for this position to live in community development, where the rest of our land use processes exist now. And that, again, does not preclude the police department from working with this individual, but I would like that as a straw poll vote, just so that it's on the agenda. I know Mr. Doimus is gonna definitely relay our sentiments, but I think it drives it home a little bit more. And then I just wanted to clarify on my feelings about the sole discretion living in the city administrator's office. And just my larger point is a concern that we'll go through this process. Our concerns will be heard about how it's enforced, but then the decision will be made without public input. So that's my larger concern. And I'm afraid of us doing what is most convenient, versus what is right. And the two are not always the same. And so that was my larger point. In terms of text, it can stay the way it is now, but yeah, that's what I was getting at for that section.
Could I ask you, Vice Chair Escobedo, just to expand just a little bit or expound on the point at which you're thinking there would not be public input? Can you just share a little bit more about that, please?
Yeah, my concern is that we will pass this ordinance without a determination being made throughout that process where this position will live. And so it'll be passed by city council with the details to be figured out later. And if those details are figured out in the city administrator's office without input from city council, or more importantly, the public, I'm afraid that a decision will be made without the consideration of how our public feels about that in our community.
So can I ask you, Vice Chair Escobedo, because you and I are thinking alike in this regard, is there any specific section or more than one sections where you would recommend or you'd like to ask for the straw poll to consider changing any language if our colleagues were in agreement? And if it's not specifically in here, you could, we can still do sort of an extracurricular straw poll, but if you actually had suggested language, we could all look at that now.
I don't, Madam Chair. We could ask Mr. Doimus if he thinks that there's a section that is appropriate for that. But I think it would be most appropriate for whatever, if we were gonna have the straw poll be a suggested revision to the text, that it is just a straw poll vote and not a part of the larger motion, because I don't think that sentiment is felt amongst all of the commissioners, and I wouldn't want that to get in the way of their support.
Yes, I understand. Before I go to Commissioner Wiscombe, I didn't want to cut you off. Was there anything else you would like to provide in your comments, Vice Chair? Okay, Commissioner Bonnerson, you had your web came on first. Is there something you wanted to say right away? Otherwise, I'll go to Commissioner Wiscombe, who has her hand up. Okay.
Let Commissioner Wiscombe go first. I can follow up.
Okay, Commissioner Wiscombe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In response to Vice Chair Escobedo, I agree that this is a goal for us to have a community enforcement officer in the community development department. I don't know if you what do we call it? A community enforcement model. Help me out here, Vice Chair Escobedo, with the language.
My thought and my suggestion was not creating a new structure, is housing the code enforcement, what they call officer position, in community development, the department.
Okay, so my suggestion, and I don't know how you feel about this, because we had quite a few public commenters that supported your model. And my suggestion is that we take a straw poll on a recommendation to City Council to create or designate a code enforcement officer in community development to, I guess, enforce this ordinance and others as appropriate, because I imagine they'll have other functions. And that would be something that I would totally support. But I think for the purposes of this ordinance, excuse me, moving forward, since we don't have that, sorry, since we don't have that position right now in community development, I think if we send a strong recommendation to City Council that they consider creating it, it would be helpful to council to have that guidance from us. And that we leave right now the function with, in this particular ordinance, with the city administrator who can designate, and with that recommendation, if it passes our straw poll, then, you know, I think we've established a record that we would prefer that when the city administrator designates at this point, since we don't have that person yet, that they designate to community development rather than the police department. How do you feel about that?
That was the idea. I don't think that this position exists currently in the police department either. And so if we're creating a new position and a new function, my view is that it belongs in community development because that's where land use lives. And I'm afraid that because the data and the statistics and information live in the police department, and they're most easily accessible there, that we're going to fall back on this should live in the police department, when I believe that it would be just as easy for someone from the police department to team up with this person in community development, share that information, knowledge, and training. And so I would like, if we're creating a new position, a new function, for it to just start in community development. And what that motion looks like for a straw poll vote, I could probably use some help.
Yeah, well, I agree that we should send that recommendation, and I would favor that to City Council along with this ordinance, as with the changes we've made today.
Yes.
Before Ms. Ostranger joins us, Vice Chair Escobedo, I thought I heard another part to your preference, your idea and preference, which is something about public engagement or the public being able to participate. And I'm not sure where you think that fits in this suggested model that you're putting forward. Maybe before, Ms. Ostranger, did you want to jump in right now or let him finish, or what would you like to do?
Yes, Chair Escobedo and Commissioners, thank you. With regards to the straw poll, just so we're clear, council doesn't generally create positions. That's where the city administrator goes. So if you're, I hear your message loud and clear that you want to make a statement. So I would, if I could help, since it was asked, that a recommendation for a straw poll would just be simply that the Planning Commission recommends that the code enforcement position not be housed in the police department, but some other department as determined by the city administrator, or if you want to be specific with the community development department. But I think, as Commissioner Wisdom said, it could end up, there might be a place in the future that it would be better for. And then with regards to, I'm sorry, the second question, I'll wait. I think I had an answer for, public engagement. So these are all public hearings, and they are publicly noticed, and they go in the paper. There's probably a way to do even more outreach, but in general, every person has their 3 minutes at ordinance committee and at city council to be heard and express similar views or dissimilar views. So there is an opportunity for that public comment to happen. So I hope that was helpful.
If I may, a follow-up on that is, my concern was more when the decision gets made. When it's city council making the decision, it happens during the meeting, the decision. And so a public commenter can comment during that item. But when the decision rests with the city administrator, he's not having a public meeting when he's making the decision. And so that's my larger concern. And I'm not sure that there's a solution. It's just a concern that I'm voicing. And if there was a way for it to be reflected in the minutes, even if it was just under my comments, I would appreciate that. But if not, I understand as well.
Ms. Ostringer, before you leave, I would like to ask a follow-on, but really the two of you together. Are we talking about, when you say a decision, Vice Chair Escobedo, a decision, are we talking about a decision to revoke? Are we talking about a compliance, a preliminary compliance, CUP compliance? Where are we in the food chain of this process that would warrant what you're thinking of? I want to be very clear that I'm tracking with you.
Yeah, I'd be more than happy to clarify. So as it relates to this ordinance, it comes to Planning Commission. We're going to pass on a recommendation to Ordinance Committee. They're going to weigh it, figure out if they need to make any changes before sending it to City Council. It'll get hopefully passed by City Council at some point. And my concern is that when it's passed by City Council, where this position lives is not going to be, that decision is not going to have been made yet, because it needs to be made by the city administrator after he gets the decision-making power or ability to do that, which would have to be after that council meeting. And he's not going to hold a public meeting to make that decision. And so that's my concern, my larger concern. And again, I don't know that there's even a solution for that, but I just wanted to echo that concern. So it's more of maybe a suggestion for the city administrator's office to listen to public comment and seek out that public comment and incorporate that into his decision.
I see. I'm clearer now. Okay. Ms. Ostringer, anything further before we go to Commissioner Bonderson, who has her hand up?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Bonderson?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And also Commissioner Reed's been patiently waiting for a few minutes here, so.
Of course. I wanted to also sort of, I think, follow in Chair Schwartz's direction and address Vice Chair Escobedo for more clarity. When we're talking about developing this role and potentially talking about even a straw poll today, I would appreciate if we could be really, really clear on what it is we are talking about, and I'll specify. There's obviously a land use side to this, which makes sense. Everything we've kind of discussed of it having authorization maintained within the Community Development Department when looking at land use makes perfect sense to me. What I'm more concerned with is, are we defining this role to include like compliance of these ordinances and ultimately enforcement when looking at the owner or the retailer? Or is it separate? The crimes that are listed here, the nuisances that are listed here that are actually occurring by other people other than the retailer in the surrounding areas. So when we look at that, where's that fine line that this proposed role, potentially a person in the Community Development Department, may need to rely on support from the police department when the crime is out of the range of, being more dangerous and whatnot? How are we defining that? Because to me, that's a really important piece of the pie. I'm very sensitive to what the public has asked us for, not bringing the police in, but where is that line? Because there are going to be more severe issues that I don't believe a community development person may be equipped for on their own.
Well, let's do this. I feel I need to insert myself a bit here because we don't direct personnel decisions in this regard. So, I want to start to kind of drive us to a vote, but we are going to go to Commissioner Reed and then Commissioner Lodge. Ms. Ostrander, did you want to further advise us before we move forward with a couple of other commissioners who would like to comment?
I just was going to Commissioner Bonderson. I was going to address your question. If
Yes.
the police and Captain Stoney can jump in if he wants to, but if the police see a crime being committed, they're not going to ignore it. So this is related. This ordinance is capturing the retail sellers and asking them to get on board, but not. So the code enforcement officer wouldn't be the one coming out and making an arrest.
Of course not. I would hope that they would be supported somehow, and I want to make sure that we understand as a decision-making body and discussing that potential straw poll vote today, that we understand exactly what that will entail before we do it.
Captain Stoney, did you want to say anything? And then I'm going to bring us back to closing out with Vice Chair Escobedo and then going to Commissioner Reed and then Commissioner Lodge, so that I want to make sure that we're not tying ourselves in a knot here with this and we can start to move forward. Thank you.
I just wanted to make it clear wherever that position came out of, whether it's a police department or public works, the goal would not to be to go there and do any type of enforcement activity. In fact, if they saw something when they got there, a disorderly conduct happening in the parking lot, an intoxicated individual, they would call the police department. A police officer would go and deal with that particular crime. It would have nothing to do with checking the facility or, you know, I hope that's very clear. There's not an expectation that whoever this individual is at what point will have any enforcement power or should have any enforcement power in terms of crimes that are being committed.
Chair Schwartz, if I may add too, it'll be helpful for me in terms of taking the next step and understanding the issue from at least how I've heard when I was being asked questions in the conversation deliberation right now. One thing I probably should have said at the outset is looking at the organizational chart of a city. You have the council on top, and then you have, you know, boards and commissions, but then you have, when it comes to city employees and staff, and as you mentioned, Chair Schwartz, personnel decisions, you have the city administrator on one end, who oversees all the employees of the city, police departments, police chief, and so on. Then in the other branch, you have just the city attorney, who oversees maybe 10 of us, so the assistant city attorneys, deputy city attorneys, and staff. So when we're talking personnel, the city administrator is the most appropriate person to, at least when you're dealing with enforcement, ergo that requires city staff, that would be the person most responsible. I think for accuracy, as Vice Chair Escobedo said, and for Ms. Ostrander said too, you know, a straw vote is appropriate. So at least not only in the minutes, but in the report to show, you know, here's the recommendation from the commission based on community input, based on their own analysis, and make that decision of, council can see it. It'll be included in the report, the transparency, and maybe they make a recommendation of where it's housed. But the one thing that's clear, it's important that the city administrator at least be named and involved, and that's what I did, just for organizational purposes. That position has to be on top, just because it oversees every other position. So that's all I wanted to add.
Thank you, Mr. Doimus. With that, I'm going to move us. Did you have anything conclusive to say, Vice Chair Escobedo? We are going to go to Commissioners Reed and Lodge, and then what we'll do is we'll ask our staff to recap the revisions recommended to the ordinance, and we'll go to a vote, and then we'll do a straw poll after we do a full vote on ordinance amendments. Does that sound good to everybody? Is that okay? Okay. So Commissioner Reed, over to you, and then to Commissioner Lodge.
Thanks. Yeah, Vice Chair Escobedo, I appreciate. I think we all know you have a depth of experience in what you're talking about, and I think it's relevant to bring up. I personally feel less comfortable with it, just as a planning commissioner. I understand that this is coming through us because of the land use elements. I think when the fact that this is nuisance behavior around alcohol and everything associated with that, it becomes complicated, and I'm just less comfortable making a recommendation based on something I don't have all the information for. And if the straw poll is the way we're going, which it sounds like it is, that's okay. I'm just not totally in support of the straw poll, because it forces us to say yes or no. I suppose there can be an abstention. My preference would be that each individual commissioner articulate it in their own words, how they feel, and that's in the minutes. But that's my 2 cents.
Thank you. Commissioner Lodge, comments on this before we bring it back to staff to help us recap and go to a vote on ordinance amendments? You're still muted, Commissioner Lodge. Hold on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My sentiments are more along the line of Commissioner Reed's. The code violations in land use are about something that isn't built right, or in the wrong place, or plumbing isn't done right. Here, the issues are public nuisance issues, and that includes illegal drug activity, public drunkenness, drinking in public, harassment of passersby, gambling, prostitution, sale of stolen goods, et cetera. It just isn't compatible with someone in land use. Yes, the Planning Commission is involved with this because there is a land use issue, but the reason for it, the problems are not ones that are in land use. And so I would have real difficulty supporting. I understand where you're coming from, Vice Chair Escobedo, and I appreciate that, but I just, it's too different for me to support this your recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lodge. I don't know if Commissioner Wiscombe is back. I know she needed to change out, I think it was her earbuds or headset. Did you want to share anything about this in particular, this potential straw poll that we may take today?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was leaning towards Vice Chair Escobedo's recommendation, but I'm thinking that Commissioners Reed and Lodge have made some pretty compelling arguments, and really what we've heard from the public are issues, and we've seen photos, et cetera, that are really outside of land use issues and more into enforcement issues. So I'm going to and I think we are in changing times. I think they're going to change again, and I think that we are better off sticking with the community. With the excuse me, with the administrative department and city administrator and handling this, and it's a top-down approach, and it will be put wherever it belongs depending upon the time. So that's where I stand. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wiscombe. Vice Chair Escobedo, please, your thoughts?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I still want to do the straw poll vote, and if the rest of the commission doesn't, then so be it. But we don't get it both ways. This is either a land use issue or it's not. And the functions of this position are very much land use related, because it is very much yes, nuisance is one aspect of this, and it's outlined in the ordinance before us, But the real question is what led to the nuisance behavior? And that is completely a land use issue. And it has everything to do with how the business is operating. And I think if we are going to be contributing to creating a new function, it is well within the Planning Commission's purview to not mandate, to not require. Still, even in the ordinance, it's going to be with the city administrator. This is just a recommendation for the city administrator to not have it housed in the police department. All of the other functions are the same. Everything else is the same, and it does not preclude the police from responding to nuisance behavior. It does not preclude them from working with the code enforcement position to address how the nuisance behavior occurred. So with all due respect, I would still like to do the straw poll vote. And if other commission, and again, if the full commission doesn't want to do it but me, then obviously we don't do it. But I think it's important. I really do.
Let me do a check-in. Commissioner Higgins had to step out of our hearing for a family emergency, and I don't know if he was able to rejoin us yet. If I'm following some information correctly that I received. Commissioner Higgins, are you back with us? Mr. Buss, do you know about Commissioner Higgins?
He is not back yet.
Okay, he may just not be able to rejoin yet, given what's going on over there personally. You're back, Commissioner Wiscombe. I also wanted to ask Commissioner Bonderson if you have any concluding remarks about the straw poll before I make a remark. Oh, Commissioner Wiscombe and then Commissioner Bonderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Commissioner Escobedo, he makes compelling arguments. I think you really ought to make your motion for whatever you would like in your straw poll vote and see where it goes. I'm getting mixed signals now on you know where it's going and you know what your goal is. I know your goal is to limit the police department's involvement, but I'm not understanding. So I really would urge you to word your straw poll and let us take it and move on. Thank you.
Okay, so Vice Chair Escobedo, would you please take a moment just quietly and work on the language? If you need to go off camera, whatever is comfortable for you. I'm going to ask Commissioner Bonderson for very brief comments on this. I'll comment, and then we're going to ask staff to move us ahead and recap the changes we've recommended to the ordinance, and then we'll take a voice vote on those. So let's get that out of the way. Commissioner Bonderson, any quick thoughts about a straw poll as you've heard it?
Of course. Thank you, Chair Schwartz. The questions that I had asked just a few moments ago that were answered by Captain Stoney and Mr. Doimus were very useful in my way of understanding kind of how things are categorized. I felt that that was very important for us to understand how things will be handled. And with regard to the straw poll vote and the direction that Vice Chair Escobedo is going, personally, I would love to have a two-part question, but I don't think that's going to end up that way. At the moment, the way that we are discussing it, I don't feel like I have enough information to be able to make a vote one way or another because I'm conflicted. I have an opinion. I strongly believe that there's a land use side to this, but I also feel like there has to be whether it's the police or someone else, there has to be an enforcement side that deals with dangerous situations like the list that Commissioner Lodge actually listed that supports my thoughts very strongly. So that's where I stand. Thank you.
So we'll let this play out in a little bit, but again, I'm going to try to have us start to wrap up here. So I would like to ask, we're going to do straw poll last, as I said. I'd like to ask staff, whether it's Mr. Buss, Mr. Doimus, to come online and with the rest of the commissioners we're going to have you recap. I know this is a little labor intensive, but this is so important today. So recap very slowly, and we're going to have Mr. Bolton help us go through the pages and the sections. Further amendments we're recommending. Then when we've done that recap, we're going to ask staff, Ms. Fennessy, to do a voice vote on the further recommended amendments. We're all in line on that? Okay. So Mr. Doimus, and please colleagues, go ahead and come online. Mr. Doimus is going to start to go through the ordinance pretty quickly so we can get through this, but page by page if changes were further requested. And then Ms. Fennessy, if you would please be poised to do a voice vote on this after we finally get to a motion in a second. And that's where we're going to go. Thank you. Mr. Doimus.
Yes, why don't we start, staff can start with the beginning 010 so we can go in exact order. So we have each section.
Perfect.
And Commissioner Wiscombe, please feel free to, because I plan on watching this 2 or 3 times after, so I don't miss anything. So for the legislative intent for this section, what I'm going to add is also to include that this chapter does not apply to on-sale establishments. I will have language in there to make that clear. I think that was it for the section that I have for my notes. And if we go to the next section, 020 for definitions, I was going to consider adding for definitions nuisance and referencing it. I was also going to look to add, not consider, but add definitions for licensing and transfer of licensings referring to the state statute if it's there. If it's not there, I'm not going to create a license because that's in the purview of the ABC, but I'm pretty sure they have that. I will add that. If we can go down on definitions for substantial modifications, I will add a transfer of license for number 4. And I think that covers it.
And then down towards the bottom, the next section, 040.
040, yes, I will have mandatory language will, not shall, according to my previous boss, Mr. Wiley. I also will define what a PCN letter is as well. And for the next section, 050, notification required, there were no changes.
Mr. Doimus, so from page 6 that flows to page 7 in that same section 040, a PCN letter will be issued. So we're going to use the word will twice.
Yes, that will,
We're
correct.
going to take out the word must and just say will. Okay, thank you. Please go ahead.
Correct. And then section 2880.050, there were no changes. Next section 2880.060. Here, it wasn't clear if we want, and that's been making a good point right here, if the commission wants to allow for an exception to the distance. I didn't know if I got a consensus on that. If we want to, because that language is pretty clear. We have 10%, 500 feet away, and I will add also in this section what we facilities that are for recovery, such as sobering centers, etc. We already have a section in the ordinance that covers that language, so I will make sure that's added. But the one question I have for the commission is, do we want to also, do you want to have that the applicant can apply for an exception to the commission, something language like that?
Yes, Commissioner Wiscombe.
My vote is yes, that we take out the 10% and that we have the commission has discretion with a finding. And I think in A location, Mr. Doimus, you missed you will change the barometer as you called it.
Correct.
We don't use census tract. I don't think I heard you say that, but
I did. Thank you. Thank you.
I apologize if you did. Thank you.
I did not. Thank you. I will make that change. I will not include census tract. And I will then take out the 10%. So if we do, just for the commission to know, the way that the code will be written, then there's a complete prohibition of 500 feet from these areas, but then an applicant can apply for a location if they want to sell alcohol, and there'll be a finding requirement on that for the commission, if I understand that correctly.
They'll apply for a modification.
Modification, understood.
Yes, yep. I think that's what Vice Chair Escobedo was talking about.
I had originally suggested to keep the 10%, but if we want to strike it, I think it serves the same purpose.
And Mr. Doimus, you have some other changes in this section too that you're still going to go over, right?
Correct. And we also will include, I'll also include middle school. We already talked about adding some facilities. We talked about the display. Trying to look at my notes. Wanted to do it per section. That's all I have. At least I can scan my notes quickly if anyone else is. And this is helpful because this is the section when I go back to listen to it all, particularly focus on. Was there anything else in this section that I missed?
I don't think so. I think you can keep going.
Got it. Good. So then we'll go on to required findings. I don't think after much discussion.
Mr. Doimus, please hold on 1 minute. Back up on that page, on page 9, under litter, business owners shall be responsible for keeping the premises clean as opposed to the area clean.
Correct.
We were going to change that, right? Okay.
Correct. Premises. Thank you. And pay for nothing else I see. 2880070, the required findings. I think we've agreed to leave in crime rate. That from my understanding, that's going to stay. But what I'm going to do is take some of the activities that I have defined a nuisance, which is 2880300, and place these as examples as well under required findings. And I don't have any. I think surrounding we wanted to leave for portion B, so that's what I have in my notes. And am I missing anything else under required
Well,
findings?
Commissioner Wiscombe was asking if we could add significantly, potentially.
Potentially, yes, I will get back to that. Most likely, yes, but yes.
You'll have to consider that. I don't know if we need a comma in there, significantly, comma, potentially adverse. We've got a lot of Lees, L-Y, L-Y, L-Y. Okay. Commissioner Wiscombe, did you want to?
Well, I actually changed it to, or my suggestion was the proposed use shall not potentially have a significant adverse effect on the crime rate. But it just, we get rid of some of the LYs, but.
Yes, I think that flows better to use what Commissioner Wiscombe just proposed, Mr. Doimus, if we could do that. Okay, I think we're ready to move on.
Okay, let me see. The next section, conditions of approval. I don't require any changes on that. Am I correct to that? Am I missing? Okay,
correct.
Good.
We can keep moving. Thank you.
So then 2880090. Here we had, I'm trying to make sure we have, I have no changes on this one either. I don't know if I'm missing anything on that.
No, I think we can go right to page 11. I think we're at mandatory training and presentation of documents section.
Got it.
I have about the sign, about the sign that faces the street regarding complaint procedure or contact information, something like that.
Correct. And for future ones, I know we could do. For existing, I was going to look at it, and if there was no legal issues, I was going to include the signage in the front for providing, assistance for someone who needs help regarding alcohol abuse. So that's not a problem on that. And then for public nuisance, 300, I was going to add the word such as after proximity to the present. So it's not limiting language, it's here, and then such as, and it gives the examples. Anything else under 300? I think that was all I have in my notes. And then for section 400, we were going to add this, that this was going to be a hearing, the Planning Commission, the annual review, written report on that as well. And of course, I added the word shall, so the Planning Commission will be having these at a public hearing, and the reports will be written in terms of the update. Anything else I'm missing? I don't think I'm missing anything else on reporting.
If I may add to that, I suggested that we add said violation shall be documented by dates, times, and specificity of said violation or violations, all in, with the S in parentheses, which I think is important, particularly in light of one of the public speakers said there was a ABC transferred a license because there were no actual complaints on file. So I think we just want to make sure that the complaints get on file.
I will add that.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Doimus, could you just confirm, I'm sorry, I was just distracted a few moments ago with an administrative item. That sentence that reads, the Planning Commission may require the annual review. Were we going to put in a public hearing?
Yeah, I did mention that right before.
You said, okay, again, I apologize. I had to, my attention had to go elsewhere for a moment.
It's okay. I caught that. So I think that was it. Those are the 3 items under reporting. Annual fee, we didn't have any changes. Responsibility to enforce, the chapter, I kind of explained why in that section the chief of police is involved, but the city administrator is there as well. I don't have anything else for 600. Then as we go on to existing sections of the municipal code, we talk about subsection C, part 2 we have altered as well to add. So not only substantially expanded, but we're adding altered. Sorry for being fast, because I'm actually looking at an additional screen, so my apologies. So C2 would have altered. There was one more, I'm going through my notes. I don't know if Commissioner Winscombe has it. She's on top of this. I don't know if she has it ready to be available. I know there's one more change in this subsection.
Which one are you in, Mr. Donis?
I'm in subsection C for 2887-360. What's in front of the screen? We already talked about altered.
The revocations?
Yes,
yeah,
the revocations.
Under 3, there is or has been a documented violation.
That's what it was.
Documented, yeah. And if you would go back, please, to 2880-300 on page 11. I don't know if you got this. I apologize if you did. But after city administrator or authorized representative.
Oh, yes, or delegated, or his or her.
Yeah,
delegate.
whatever phrase you want to use.
Yes, I didn't mention that, so good catch.
Okay.
And the appeal section, there was nothing else. That's at least what I was able to look at my notes quickly and then try to go in order per the the ordinance instead of going back and forth. Did I catch everything? And if not, I'll make sure I do by listening to it. But I think we did.
I think you did. If you just give me 1 minute to just quickly look over my notes. You got the litter. You got the for Commissioner Lodge 2880-060 under A location. You're gonna change the census tract, right? The barometers, you called it, yeah, okay, and,
I think that's good. I think we've got everything.
Okay, so Madam Chair, I'd be happy to make that motion with the draft ordinance as amended.
Before we do that, Commissioner Wiscombe, I've been advised by Ms. Ostringer that we need to first do the straw poll if Vice Chair Escobedo wants to proceed, because then after we do that, then we come to a motion, and our vote on the motion concludes this entire item as Ms. Ostringer has advised me. So that's the sequence that we need to use. Ms. Ostringer, if I understood you correctly, you can come online if I didn't get that correct. So Vice Chair Escobedo, any thoughts about the straw poll as you've conceived of it, and if you still want to move forward?
I do, Madam Chair, and I'm gonna pose it like this. It's basically Ms. Ostringer's suggestion, and so it's much less strong than I would have phrased mine, but I think it's more appropriate given the information that Mr. Doimus and Ms. Ostringer shared about the decision should rest with the city administrator. So he should make the decision on where this position lives. This would be a recommendation for this position not to live in the police department, meaning he can put it in any other department that he can find. If he were to listen to this recommendation, he could ignore a recommendation and put it in the police department at the end of the day. But it would be a recommendation for this position to not live in the police department.
Okay. Commissioner Wiscombe?
I would like a definition of this position, because my understanding of this ordinance is have an enforcement side and we have a land use side to this ordinance. So I don't know what this position is.
It would be the code enforcement, what they called officer. And Mr. Doimus, is there a difference between the land use position and the enforcement position? It was my understanding that they're the same.
Yes, Chair Schwartz, Vice Chair Escobedo, Commissioner Wiscombe. We don't define the position in the code, so we have an enforcement, but it would be, the enforcement would be the same as the inspector, right? So they would be documenting the violations that are going on. They're not going to be the employee going around making arrests for the nuisance activities. They're going to look at the files, the reports. They may go see a lighting issue. They may see, obstruction of a window, or maybe a new establishment selling airplane bottles, for example, that they're not supposed to do. And they'll document it, issue notice of violation, work with that person, and then if they don't abate, be the staff person bringing a report to the Planning Commission. And if there's a hearing, it would probably be most likely the mechanism, that staff person testifying in front of the Planning Commission, as well as, for example, maybe me representing the enforcement staff on that position during a hearing. But it's one and the same. A long-winded answer.
Commissioner Wiscombe?
So if Mr. Doimus, if my understanding is correct, then this is an inspection position. And that any, if there's littering on the premises or one of the other nuisance violations, they go to the police department. But if we're just regularly inspecting the premises of these establishments, these existing establishments, this is the position that's going to do it. Is that correct?
That's correct, and I want to be very clear so I'm not misleading in any way. So they're going to be, their key thing is to inspect and document what's going on. They will have authority to issue a notice of violation to a property and maybe even an administrative fine before we get to the Planning Commission, because you want to have, you don't want to get there. You want to show the business owner we're serious. So you may get an NOV that documents everything, which you should, right? And then maybe if they're failing, administrative citation based on our penalty provision in our ordinance, of a couple hundred and an increase before it gets to the point of the Planning Commission. So they have the enforcement if they're not following the overall rules of this ordinance, but they're not going to be issuing misdemeanors or infractions for the nuisance activities. They're generally documenting and issuing fines for not following chapter 2880 or et cetera. So they do have one level of enforcement because they can issue potentially administrative fines for not following the ordinance. So that is that one key component that I want the commission to understand that this position can do.
Go ahead, Commissioner Wiscombe.
So thank you for that explanation, Mr. Doimus. That's very helpful. So Vice Chair Escobedo, my question to you is, you've worded this so it's anybody but the police department, but you have argued that this is a land use issue. So why are you not just putting it in community development? I'm just curious because that's your argument.
I was using Miss Ostringer's suggestion was all, and I was just using her guidance, and that's what she suggested. So that's what I said. So that it would be as flexible as possible. I want the suggestion to be, and if I want it to live in community development. So if that is okay with Miss Ostringer for me to make that the straw poll, then I'm okay with that being the straw poll because that's where I think it is most appropriate. Okay, then that's what the straw poll is.
Ms. Ostringer? Ms. Ostringer, did you want to further advise us, please, before we move forward?
No, I was just jumping on Chair Schwartz and Vice Chair Escobedo to say, yeah, that's totally appropriate.
Okay. Any other questions about Vice Chair Escobedo's straw poll, the wording of it, the intent of it, anything at all? And Commissioner Higgins will not be rejoining today. He is not able to do that. Commissioner Wiscombe?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't want to belabor this. We've discussed this enough, but I just want to know what the title of this position is. If your motion, I'd like you to repeat your motion with a title for this position and exactly where it belongs, Vice Chair Escobedo. Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Wiscombe. The straw poll would be, and Mr. Doimus, feel free to amend after I state this, but I think this would work maybe better rather than naming a specific position, but just saying the code enforcement function. The recommendation would be the code enforcement function for the off-sale alcohol uses ordinance would live in the community development department. Because I don't know if we have a specific position yet.
Chair Escobedo, Chair Schwartz, Chair Escobedo, Commissioner Wiscombe, we don't have a specific title or position. What we did in my last presentation is, we generally figure a code enforcement officer. So I think entitling it a code enforcement officer is very appropriate and fair because we as city staff, I think commission, we understand that. So maybe they're not the exact title, but that's what they're going to be doing. It is code enforcement because, and the reason why code enforcement is appropriate is they're enforcing this code before you, this ordinance, one code. They're not enforcing state laws. They're not going to be enforcing business and profession code. It's Title 28 and 30. So calling it a code enforcement officer is perfectly appropriate and fine. And we didn't bring a title, unfortunately, because we're not there yet, but we kind of had anticipated costs of what this position could be. So that gives clear direction. And so if the straw vote is, if there's just one particular position within the city that the straw poll is not wanting that position to be in or housed, then that gives direction too. So, so code enforcement officer now within the police department will understand and can communicate that for down the road.
Thank you, Mr. Doimus. Before we proceed, I would like to comment, unless any of my other colleagues would like to comment on this. But I want to share my own thoughts. Commissioner Wiscombe, did you want to go after me or right now?
I just want to make sure that the code enforcement officer, if we end up doing the signage on, and this would be for Mr. Doimus, if we end up doing the signage on the existing buildings that gives the public a number to call if there's a violation, a complaint, a nuisance, blah, blah, blah. Would this code enforcement officer be the one that would be the number on the sign? I think this is a very important part of it because I think the public needs to have an avenue to report nuisances.
Sure.
And then the code enforcement officer, if they lived in community development, would contact the police when necessary.
Chair Schwartz, Commissioner Wiscombe, if there is a number, the code enforcement would get the information and go out there on it. So I don't know if I can't represent that the code enforcement officer is the one that's picking up the phone, but they're going to get the message. We've done that in many programs. For example, during COVID complaints that we handled, we established a phone hotline for it, and also an email hotline, and it went to several sources within the city to make sure that we all got it and the appropriate personnel that we assigned to it went out there to investigate and deal with the complaint. So we would have it would be the same setup. So it's something we've done before in so many instances before.
Thank you for that. I'm getting a clearer picture of this. Thank you, Madam Chair, for letting me ask these questions.
Sure. Well, I now have a clearer picture. I'm not sure it's entirely clear for me, although I'm clearer. So here I want to make a few comments if I could. This is kind of a hybrid situation in terms of what I think we're looking to accomplish, not just our commission, but the community. And therefore, I think it requires this connectivity of sorts between, I'm going to say community development, planning, building and safety, and our police department. In concept, or as a foundational position, I would not be supportive of the default position being out of the police department, which is why I said my thought process was going along with Vice Chair Escobedo. I think we have, our commission will not be the ultimate deciders as to how to craft the job description and manage the job description and its implementation, shall we say. I would say then, connected to that, I think to the extent we can peel off or bifurcate the zoning enforcement part, the land use enforcement part, which surely should reside in community development. To me, that just seems rational and pragmatic. And to allow community development to bring in law enforcement as needed, or for the community to contact the police department directly as they need, which they do today, but we have a lot of experiences and incidents that are not reported for a variety of reasons. I think if our commission had a slightly different role, or it weren't now, upwards of 6 p.m., I might be more inclined to vet this a little further with you, Vice Chair Escobedo, because I think we're headed in a direction that the community is asking us to weigh in on and to discuss and to consider. I don't know if this will be considered at council. They have such full agenda these days. Can't imagine them spending enough time on something as important as this. But just today, right now, I feel that more vetting would be needed for me to fully come on board to support the straw poll. But you can hear, I hope you can hear in what I'm saying, that we need to pursue this topic. I don't know how to pursue this topic between an important role of our police department, supporting our community, defending our community, looking out for our community, and yet land use and zoning belongs in community development. So I don't think I'm equipped today to take a definitive position on it, even though I certainly have my own thoughts about this. So Vice Chair Escobedo, I know we want to go ahead with the poll, but back to you, please.
Yeah, and I'll pull the. It doesn't seem like there's support, so I'll pull the straw poll. And I hope my insistence and what you can probably see as frustration isn't taken as offense. I appreciate you all, and it comes from a place of understanding what the effects of the decisions that we make are on people. And I challenge us to take that into consideration in the future because it's important. These are real people with real lives that are affected by this. So that's all I'll say, Madam Chair. I'll pull the straw poll and I'll support the deemed approved ordinance as is.
Vice Chair Escobedo, I want to just excuse me, but just take the liberty of being the chair and just please say just a couple more comments myself. I feel a little hamstrung here today, right now, with this topic, not having the tools, perhaps the time, not even knowing which body within the city should be taking this up. I don't know if it should be the council. Again, I wouldn't want to fold this into the council's extraordinarily overburdened agenda every Tuesday, although I think they need to take this up and the community should speak to the council. So it's awkward for me. I'm not feeling satisfied. I just want to tell you that, Vice Chair Escobedo. I'm feeling this is not a satisfactory position for me to be in, because I have so many differing opinions about this, but that's where I feel I just need to come out today. So I really appreciate that you moved us into this discussion and consideration, and perhaps there'll be another occasion where we could have a larger conversation. I don't know when that would be, but you and I could discuss that offline and see if we can find the right forum for that. Any other thoughts before, so Vice Chair Escobedo has pulled the straw poll, and I think we're ready after Mr. Doimus went through in great detail the further ordinance amendments. Commissioner Wiscombe, we will need a motion in a second.
Yes, Madam Chair, I will make the motion that we move the draft ordinance to the ordinance committee as amended with Mr. Doimus's fantastic amendments today that he's picked up, and also that he address the considerations that he said he would address in the ordinance if he's able to do so. Thank you.
I'd like to second that motion if I may.
Okay, we have Wiscombe and Bonderson. Any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, Ms. Fennessy, would you please come online and take a voice vote for us?
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I will now start the roll call vote. Vice Chair Escobedo,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Reed,
Yes.
Commissioner Wiscombe,
Yes.
and Chair Schwartz.
Yes,
Thank you. Motion passes.
thank you. Ms. DeBuskin, moving this to ordinance committee, are there any, we're just recommending at this point. We didn't take an official vote on anything final, so I don't need to make any announcements, correct?
Chair Schwartz, that's correct. There is no appeal period for this recommendation.
Okay, very good. Thank you. So with that, we're going to quickly go to our administrative agenda. If there are any committee and liaison reports today. Commissioner Lodge, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yesterday, the Historic Landmarks Commission had brought before them from Public Works 3 alternatives for the historic bridge in Mission Canyon at where Mountain Drive comes in to Mission Canyon Road. And for realignment of the roadway there. It was an interesting meeting. It was 4 hours of discussion. There was no support for realignment, and there was no support for making any changes to the bridge. Some of the comments were that we need to keep a country character. It's a major cultural landscape. One commissioner didn't want to touch the bridge or the wall, the Stegosaurus wall there. Another who regularly drives that route and also rides a bicycle on it, saw no need to fix something that isn't broken.
And Commissioner Lodge, what are the next steps? Just help us to understand what next steps are.
Let me just give you a couple more. One of them said, commented on, they commented on how beautiful it is and how they want to keep the character of it. And he said, it's scenic because an engineer hasn't straightened it out. It goes back to Public Works, and I think they have to deal with that. There was some discussion of and some support for building a separate pedestrian walkway on the west side of the bridge. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Bonderson, I think you have some reporting out.
Yes, thank you so much. We had an ABR meeting this last week on Tuesday, June 1st, with a topic that I didn't want to postpone. It is a topic that will be coming potentially to Planning Commission shortly, so I wanted to put it on everyone's radar. You all should likely be familiar with it. It's 701 North Milpas, which was formerly known as 711 North Milpas. You may all know, but I'll just say it here again. The project will be coming to the Planning Commission for height exceptions and setback modifications. And it is a proposal for a new 4-story mixed-use building that consists of 82 residential units, of which 16 are modern income affordable units. And it is a project that also includes a mechanical parking lifts. So I assume that it's familiar to all of us, but I wanted to let you all know that it went to ABR again last week. It has been continued indefinitely with a series of comments that is worth reading through or watching if anyone is interested. And there was also individual comments made outside of the comments which the ABR worked through together. So it's very interesting to know. There's also one other smaller, quieter project that happens to be at 102 South Voluntario Street. It received design approval and final approval. It's a single-story existing home residential unit that included an addition that results in making it into a 2-unit duplex. So whenever we see some added housing, I always like to share that with you. That one was pretty straightforward. It received final, and we will see it moving forward. So that concludes ABR this week. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think in closing out today, I just want to reflect for a moment on the significant work done by our commission, both in May and then today, on the off-sale alcohol ordinance amendments. Amendments live on well beyond the terms of any one commissioner, any one staff member, often even some members of the public. So I would just ask for everyone's patience and an appreciation for the importance of going through all of the language in these ordinances. They're not just words on a paper. They live out and affect community. As everybody can testify to today, listening to the members of the public, tackling the difficult concepts and language and implementation of this, and its connection to community and impacts on community. So I know it's labor intensive. It can try one's patience in one way or another, but I just want to applaud staff and my colleagues and the public for hanging in there over 2 hearings. I'm confident that the ordinance amendments we further recommended will significantly improve and tighten and give clarity evidence both to the business community and we owe it to both. There's that balance in our policy making, in our decision making. So I want to express the gratitude to everyone for that. So unless staff has anything else for us, I'll just wait a moment. I think we can adjourn today's hearing right at 6 o'clock, which we are aiming to do whenever possible. Thank you to one and all, and we will see you soon. Stay well.